Welcome in, welcome in all. All right. Sorry, guys. I was just getting some stuff written down. All right. So we got some stuff we're going to dive into today. Some pretty wild stuff, too, when it comes to certain things. Get this down a little bit. There we go. All right. So we got some stuff we're going to go over today. It's kind of just going to be a chill coasting stream as we go. By the way, I did not know that the Homeland Security X account was based in Israel. That's crazy. Ouch. I gotta go check and see what that was. Hold on. Fucking cat. God damn it. All right. Yeah, so I didn't know that the Homeland Security US or the Homeland Security account for the US, United States was based in Israel. Like the Twitter account for the United States Homeland Security is based in Israel. Not surprised. Like truly not surprised. Come on, AI tracking. Come on, camera. Fuck, this camera pisses me off. Thank you, for God's sake. Yeah, it's based in Israel. I mean, that's not the topic for today, but that was just I found that to be pretty interesting. How the fuck did that happen? That's bullshit. Let me see. There's no way. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that's not working. So I don't know. It is what it is. Well, what the fuck? Do I take creatine? Sometimes. I don't really. All right, whatever. This ain't working. I'll do it later because it's just messing up my stream. Anyways, bro. No, no, no. Okay. Anyways, guys, sorry about that. We're gonna get into some stuff. Yeah. So basically, the Tucker Carlson and Sean Ryan interview that I watched last night was good. Okay, the past few Sean Ryan interviews that I've watched, I've not been impressed with, especially the Brian Harpool one. Yeah, not really impressed with it. Didn't push back on nothing. Everybody's having a heyday with it. It's not my thing to go out there and continue to pile on, especially when you got people like Baron Coleman and everybody else that is just completely destroying the whatever. Um, yeah, it's snowing outside today, so yay! I'm glad that the this weekend we had bonfires both days this weekend, so that's nice. Um, so I guess the first thing I want to get into is the this Jake Lang fella. Okay, this guy. Yeah, we can take that off for now. Oh Jesus! Why is everything gonna have to happen right when I'm just not even gonna focus on that right now? All right. So, anyways, my baby mama just had her new kid. That's crazy. We're gonna focus on Jake Lang, this guy, the guy who, if you don't know who he is, he's the guy in Dearborn, Michigan, who's wearing like that brown vest, who's walking around, who's been leading some of the marches. Has that viral video of him in front of the city council of Dearborn, Michigan, saying that, um, basically none of this shit is necessary. Like he doesn't like he's not with the whole situation when it comes to the Muslim Brotherhood being there and the Muslim takeover and all this stuff. So this is Jake Lang. Now, apparently, which I didn't know this, he's a candidate for Senate in Florida. Didn't know this whatsoever. If this is the same Jake Lang. has been getting some donations, some loans. $26,000 here. Unitemized contributions, 1,800. Things like that. I didn't know that that was. If this is the same Jake we're talking about, that's crazy that he's running for Senate in Florida. Anyways, so this is him. Okay. If you guys don't recall him anymore, we can look him up some more, make pictures of him. Well, come on, what the oh, I keep thinking that this computer down here, I gotta get a keyboard or something. So this is him. You guys have seen him in Dearborn, Michigan. Yeah, he is a U.S. Senate candidate. That's right. I see. I am good at doing research. Okay, make sure you guys double tap that screen, show some love and support. So Jake Lang, the guy that's in Dearborn, Michigan, is apparently a U.S. Senate candidate, and he tried to burn a Quran yesterday, I think it was. And the reason for such actions was one of his friends was outside with his phone recording everybody, and TRT World, that's a weird name. And they were saying, get that phone out of my face or I'm going to hit you and all this other stuff, blah, 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 blah. He didn't get the phone out of his face. He ended up getting his phone or he ended up getting maced. His friend ended up getting maced. What is this camera doing, dude? This camera is like randomly going places. Is it like trying to spy on me or what? Okay, let's just turn AI tracking off because it's starting to piss me off. Anyways, so his friend gets maced, comes into the RV. They start trying to aid him. So he says, well, since they maced my friend, I'm going to grab a Quran and I'm going to burn the Quran. So this person right here, Jake Lang, is a U.S. Senate candidate. Jake Lang, a Republican candidate for the U.S. Senate, has attempted to burn a copy of the Quran during an anti-Islam march in the Muslim American hub of Dearborn, Michigan. Lang had what appears to be a canister of lighter fluid in his hand, and he threw Islam's holy book on the ground during Tuesday's rally, prompting a counter-protester to reach down and grab it before it was set alight. According to the footage of the incident posted by social media by the independent journalist Brendan, whatever his last name is, quote unquote, don't burn it, man. You can't burn it, the counter protester said after he was able to take it away. Lang, who is running for the Senate in the state of Florida after receiving a pardon from President Donald Trump for his involvement in the January 6, 2021 Capitol insurrection, is then said he has another copy of the Quran. Another video posted by the same person appears to show Lang slapping a package of bacon on the holy book as the same counter protesters tells him this is disrespectful. Okay, here's the video.
They want to pepper spray our people.
See, you hear me? They want to pepper spray our people. Now, first of all, I'll say what I want to say about this guy after we get done watching this video because I have some stuff about this guy that is very sketchy and very, yeah. Start playing the music and rubbing your hands at this point. Yeah, but he's one of them boys, guys. Did you forget the picture I showed you? Here he is, kissing the wall. His sister served in the IDF. He bragged about it, apparently, allegedly. So, I don't know. He bragged his sister served in the IDF. He has Israeli ties, which doesn't surprise me. Um, I'll say what I have to say after we watch this video. This is a bit loud for me, but we'll keep it up for you guys. And by the way, I'll go ahead and start the super chat goal. 10 super chats. Come on, guys. We gotta do $10 and higher today, okay? You guys gotta help support your boy. Excuse me. Yeah, he apparently is one of them boys, you guys. Well, just because he is Jewish doesn't mean he's bad. We all know this, okay? So let's not sit here and just because I have Jewish blood in me, but I'm Christian, or I don't know what I am, bro. I all I know is I believe in Jesus. I believe in what was said in the Bible, a lot of it, but I also just believe in the universe, and what you put in is what you get out. So don't blow it on Dakota Magic. Thank you so much for the super chat, bro. I will not blow it on the snow that's outside my house right now. Let's write down your name, Cole Olds. All right, what's up, Zeus? Let's... Thank you for the super chat, brother. God bless you. And I won't blow it. My LLC is finally being finalized, so I finally will be able to get my money from YouTube. But I do have to start making other content like videos and stuff like that. And guys, if you find like parts of my streams that are like really good for shorts, like, and you think that there's like a part of the stream that you think would be a good short and that would get some traction and get some views, clip it for me and send it to me, guys. For sure, man. But thank you so much for the $2 dono, bro. But yeah, like I said, just because he's Jewish doesn't mean that he's bad. I mean, I have Jewish blood in me, but I'm not bad. You know, I'm a good guy. I'm whatever. But let's watch this and we'll go over what I have to say. So remember, if you're just new to this stream and you're coming in, this is their bus that they brought down, which is already kind of sketchy that they have a whole RV they brought down to Dearborn. Okay. This guy, Jake Langs from Florida, one of his friends got pepper sprayed out here by one of the people that were protesting. He went and took refuge in the RV. And God bless you too. He took refuge in here. And this, so Jake said, well, if they want to pepper spray my friend, I'm going to burn their Quran. So, and then now we're where we're at.
They want to pepper spray our people. So they want to pepper spray our people. We'll show them what's up. Muhammad was a pedophile
PDF file.
and a rapist.
Grapist.
Come burn it, man. You can burn it. Don't say you can burn it.
It's America.
Don't say you can burn it. Don't respect America. This is
Oh, someone just went and tried to pepper spray him. I didn't know that happened. Let's watch. So someone comes in. Let's see if we can find the can. Oh, right here. See it? Right there.
don't respect America. This is you don't respect
Listen, we got another Quran. I'll go get a different one.
Let me talk to you.
See, now it's people like that guy. We're like all love, where it's like you want to believe him, but yeah.
Let me talk to you.
Okay, so now what I wanted to go into with Jake Lang was okay. But first of all, double tap that screen, guys. Show some love and support. Jake Lang has a picture like this, right? And this doesn't say anything, right? Like he's kissing the wall. He apparently is Jewish. His sister served in the IDF. He has ties to Israel. Um, the only thing, so there's a picture as well of, okay, so let me do this so I can show you kind of more of my point. My freaking baby mama asked me if I want to bring the girls to my daughters to see their new sister, and it's like, bro, that is not my kid. Like, it's not my Like, I'll like when I get time, I will. They're in school right now. Like, why would I do that? Like, God, dude, she is just so annoying. It is ridiculous. Okay, so now anyway, besides my baby mama drama, okay, so anyway, so like we already established, he is Jewish. He has ties to Israel. I'm Jewish. I don't have ties to Israel though. His sister served in the IDF. He's a Senate candidate for Florida. He comes all the way up to Dearborn, Michigan, to counteract what's going on with the Muslim Brotherhood and the Muslim takeover in Dearborn, which at this point I think it can be labeled a takeover. I mean, this is generally, I think, what it could be labeled. Um, so in this video I'm about to play, they're playing Christian music over the call to prayer. So when the call to prayer comes on, they're blasting Christian music. Now the only reason why I am bringing up the fact of him being one of them boys is because, is he trying to cause civil unrest? I mean, he's you know, he, okay, this, I don't know if this camera needs to be reset or what, but it's really starting to piss me off. Okay, so anyway, is he trying to cause civil unrest? I don't know, because he's going up there with a bunch of his people. He's going to talk in town hall meetings. He's doing all this stuff. But I agree with what he's doing. Like, there's like what he's doing to me is patriotic. This is what a patriot does. I don't like beer. I don't know. I'd rather take shots of vodka. That's just how I am. But to me, that's just what a patriot does. A patriot is like, oh, I see what's going on in Dearborn, Michigan. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna, do my part in trying to spread Christianity and help the Christians, right? I like that part of it. But another part is like, well, if he's Jewish, he has ties to Israel. Is Israel making him go up there and cause problems? This is all alleged. It's just like a conspiracy theory. Bro, this camera is pissing me off. I don't know why. It's just a conspiracy theory. But it's like, it just seems to me that, I don't know, his name popped up pretty fast, man. And he's up there. He's leading this brigade, you can call it, against the Muslim Brotherhood. I mean, we can watch this video. So they're playing Christian music. To anyone that's new to this chat, they're playing Christian music over the call to prayer in Dearborn, Michigan. Double tap that screen, guys. And he's always here, right here in the front lines. And the crazy thing is that if he is a Senate candidate and he's up here doing this, it seems like to me like he's doing it for like PR. Like, vote for me. I was up in Dearborn, Michigan fighting the Muslim takeover. Right? Once I found out that he was a candidate for the Senate, I was like, whoa, that changes a lot of things. He's running for Senate in Florida. He's all the way up in Dearborn, Michigan. And he's really going to pretty far extremes, burning the Quran, playing Christian music over the call to prayer, which I don't disagree with when it comes to the Christian music. He's out there on the front line, but he's one of them boys. I mean, do I have to show the picture again, guys? Take a good look. This is him kissing the wall. Now, there was this video I was listening to earlier of this girl. I wonder if I can I play it. I really wonder if I can play it. Other people have had Nick Fuentes on their channel. Oh wait, I don't even have the fucking screen up. God, I'm an idiot. Okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. Okay, so I just want to play this video. I just want to play this video quick, and then we'll go over what this girl says. Now, mind you, this girl is a American. Okay, this girl is a American.
That if America's turning on Israel, then America deserves what's going to happen to them for it.
It'll be worse for America than Israel.
It will, because Israel will just move on to India and other countries, and America will fall.
Not just that, the sleeper cells.
America will fall, and that's what they want. I mean, that is what they want, is that the constitutional...
You hear that? You hear that in her voice? You hear that in her voice, the way she says America will fall?
Now, I'm not going to play too much of Nick because I don't know what I can play on here. But my thing is this, right? That's a American. That woman's a American. But a lot of these people who are Israeli or have Jewish blood in them, even people that are born in America, that have been to Israel but they're born in America, they're Israel first. Okay? And she said, well, if America doesn't do what we want to do, Israel will just move on and we'll go to other countries like India and America will fall. Like, that's just what they want. And they're trying to cause it. I mean, people always get on Israel. Like, yes, we should get on Israel, but we also should be getting on the Muslims just as much. I just read to you the other stream, the 100-year plan they have, which is exactly what they're doing. They don't divert from the plan at all. They are all a part of the same plan. They get to be 10%. They get to get votes. They do what they're doing here. They start to try and change laws. There are Sharia courts in Texas. Look it up. Like, it's crazy. There's Sharia law courts in Texas. Now, the thing is that Israel's been kicked out of 101 countries. Like I said the other day, the saying goes, if you've been kicked out of 101 bars, it's not the bar's fault, it's your fault. I'm going way off track, so I digress. That girl said that. She's American, and you know, it seems like they want us to fall. Like, everyone hates America. We're the person that everybody hates, and they want us to fall down, and they want to destroy us. But yet they want to immigrate here, and they want to, you know, rights, and it's just a big can of worms. But anyway, moving on from that woman saying that. That woman was saying how America will fall if they don't do it. If they stop supporting Israel, America will fall. No, if the U.S. stops supporting Israel, Israel will fall. Okay, first of all, that's what I got to say. But the whole point of me playing that video was every single person damn near that is Jewish and that is connected to Israel is Israel first. And so since this guy, Jake Lang, who is running for Florida Senate, has ties to Israel, his sister served in the IDF he bragged about. He's running for freaking Florida Senate. He's getting donations, total donations, 28 grand. Don't know who's backing him. But again, here he is, kissing the wall. So it makes me wonder what he's doing out here in Dearborn, Michigan, fighting with the Christians, which I agree with. If you're fighting with the Christians and you're America first, then great. He was also in that room with all the city council people saying, America first, get the fuck out of our country, blah, 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 blah. And I like that stuff. That's stuff I like to hear. But one thing he said in that city council meeting to those people was, I know your Quran, or I know your book. You are to lie to us. You are to make us. Yeah, but are you lying to us? Are you Israel first? I don't know. There's just really stuff going on that's interesting here. I'm going to go fill my coffee. We'll get into it more. Watch out, Zeus. Watch your feet, bro. I don't want to hurt you. But the thing is like, is Jake actually America first? And here I feel like we're seeing a seed when it's planted, right? Like, he's sitting here. Make sure you guys double tap that screen. Get the likes up, man. Help me get in the algorithm. We got a long time to go still. He's sitting here in Dearborn, Michigan, and he's a person that's a Senate candidate for Florida. And it's kind of like watching a seed that's planted. Like, he's out here trying to, go to Dearborn, Michigan, advocate for us, America first, because obviously Israelis have problems with the Muslims, blah, 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 blah. And that's just something he's going to use to get into Senate. I guarantee you, almost, I have a feeling that he is going to get himself into Florida Senate just based off the fact he can say, I went to Dearborn, Michigan and fought on the front lines and helped stop the Muslim invasion. Double tap your screen, guys. I just feel like it's getting to a point where shit's getting very, very intense, and it's going to get to a boiling point where there's going to be a lot of unrest, and this is the start of it. We're watching it right here. But it's very weird how this guy is here. And he was in January 6th. He was pardoned by Trump for January 6th. Now he's running for Florida Senate, and he comes up to Dearborn, Michigan in that huge-ass RV with his people. He's screaming Jesus is king, but he has ties to Israel. Does he really believe that, though? Because we all know what they think in Israel about Jesus. We do have a 10 super chat goal up of every super. We do have a super chat goal up of 10 super chats, $10 and above. Get any question answered. Also, get your name written on a donor wall. As many times as you super chat is as many times as your name gets written down. Thank you guys for being here today. I love you guys, and I hope you guys are having a fantastic day. Happy, what is it? Monday? Shh. What the hell he's barking at? It's snowing outside right now, but let's get to playing this. So anyone that's new to the chat, this guy, the guy that we've been talking about, Jake Lang, they're playing Christian music over the call to prayer in Dearborn, Michigan. This is minutes 11. This video is 11 minutes long. Then we're gonna get into the Candace situation too, but yeah, shit makes you go hum. Yeah, it definitely makes you go hum. It always ties back to Israel. Always. Zeus, I'm sorry, buddy. I love you, but go lay down right now. Go. It always ties back. It's Tuesday? Oh, yeah, it is Tuesday. My bad. No, I don't want to get, like, copyright written for this. So I better not. Let's speed it up a bit. Maybe that'll help.
We're surrounded right now.
Yo, go lay down. Go on. Ooh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not being mean to him, but he freaking comes up and flings my arm up as I'm trying to do something. I don't want to get copywritten, bro.
Our Christian brothers. Hey, there's a Muslim protecting you. How do you feel about that? We love him. He's a good guy. Muslims here. He'd probably be beating me up. We have no see how they replace us with Muslims. They're doing nothing. None of us can do pepper spray with all white shots. They're trying to keep alignment to the Constitution.
Oh, trust me, bro. At the Charlie Kirk Memorial or whatever it was, the music they were playing, I got copywritten for it right away. I got flagged. Cassandra or whatever the hell your name is. I'm Jewish. I have Jewish blood in me, bro. I am Jewish. There's no way I can be an anti-Semite. It's like, what do these guys do? They just stand out here all night? Like, bro, they're in Michigan. It's gonna get cold. Like, are they gonna sit here and fucking stand out here all night and all night and day in the freezing weather, like whatever it takes? Bro, I seriously, I hope it doesn't come to this, but it's going to get to the point where there's a lot of violence. And I hope it doesn't, but we're watching it before our very own eyes. Tensions are rising, bro. And it seems like there's just cops here spreading like in a little barricade dividing them. It's not about. I don't bother reading names that call, or I don't bother reading usernames that try and call me anti-Semitic right away. So, bug off. It's not about being Jewish. It's about being American and being America, and not letting entities judge what we do. Exactly. It's about being American first. Okay, so we fought to get away from Britain, bro. Like, we came to America, we created this country. Do you think 100 years ago we would allow a foreign country to do what is happening today? Hell no. Hell to the no, son. All right, I'm sorry. I can't stand continuing to listen to those freaking drums. We're done with this video here. Give me 1 second, guys. I love this new mouse I got. It's freaking nice having a mouse. So let's listen to what Ted Cruz said as well the other day. I don't know if you guys heard what Ted Cruz recently just said. I found this video to be funny. And it's only going to continue to grow. Like, stuff like this is only going to continue to happen. Like, it's just going to grow and bubble up more and more and more and more and more and more. To the point where, again, we're going to be done with the bullshit. Listen to this.
Respect for dialogue. Respect for dialogue.
So this is Ted Cruz up on the podium. Listen to what he says.
I will say this, I am saddened to see that some here, not everyone, but some here, are so consumed with
You hear that? Most of us.
hate.
Yeah, listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to what he says. Like, this is not a true patriotic American right here. Ted Cruz needs to be fired.
You cannot address your brother. I will say this.
You speak for yourself.
If you will not stand with Israel and the Jews,
No.
then I will not stand with you. Thank you, and God bless you.
Did you hear that? If you do not stand with Israel and the Jews, then I will not stand with you. Listen.
Address your brother. I will say this.
You speak for yourself.
If you will not stand with Israel and the Jews,
No.
then I will not stand with you. Thank you, and God bless you.
You hear that, crowd? That was crazy. I can't believe he said that. Well, I can believe it. Like, what? So if something happened here, what, are you going to flee to the country the size of New Jersey with 9 million people in it? Like, but this isn't all that this stream is about. I just wanted to play that video. I also found this clip to be very interesting. Let me know what you guys think about this clip. Everybody in the chat, let me know. So this must be Megyn Kelly. She must have went on Megyn Kelly or something.
They went to the weirdest places.
Oh my gosh. You guys, please. So for those of you who know me, I'm a very I hug. It's
Yes,
like,
you're an intense hugger. It's
whoever
awesome.
is like hating on a hug needs a hug themselves. I will give you a free hug anytime you want a hug. My love language is touch, if you will. But seriously, that hug. So I will give you a play-by-play. I'm walking. They just played the emotional video. I'm walking over, he's walking over, I'm starting to cry. He says, he's so proud of you. And I say, God bless you. And I touch the back of his head. Anyone who I've hugged that I have touched the back of your head when I hug you, I always say, God bless you. That's just me. If you want to take that out of context, go right ahead. Again, that to me shows that you need a hug more than anyone else. So if anyone...
They were acting like you touched the back of his ass.
I feel like I wouldn't get as much hate if I did that. But no, seriously, so now when I go and hug people, I'll bring them back in and be like, I obviously didn't give you the right hug. Like, let me touch.
So there's her excuse, guys. She was saying God bless you. Every time she says God bless you, she has to touch the back of your head. That's just how she hugs, you guys. It's how she hugs. That's how she hugs. So yeah, Jake Lang, Florida Senate candidate, ridiculous. Again, we'll show it again. Kissing the wall. So yeah, that's the guy in Dearborn, Michigan, the Florida Senate candidate or whatever. By the way, Campbell Soup as well. Campbell Soup executive calls its products food for poor people, lawsuit claims. A lawsuit filed in Michigan last week alleges that the Campbell Soup Company executive made offensive comments about the Indian workers and said that company's products were for poor people during a conversation with a former employee. The suit was filed by Robert Garza, who was hired by Campbell as cybersecurity analyst in September 2024. Garza alleges that Campbell's executive Martin Bailey made offensive remarks during a meeting in November 2024, which was intended to discuss his salary. According to the lawsuit, Bailey made several comments about Indian workers and said Campbell's has highly processed food for poor people, quote unquote. Garza said he has informed his manager, J.D. Arpar, whatever the hell you say, about the comments on January 10th and claims, whatever that name is, did not encourage him to report the incident to Human Resources. Garza then, quote unquote, abruptly terminated from employment. So he just quit. Just weeks later, the lawsuit says, then the discussion between Garza and Bailey was recorded according to Detroit television. James Regan, a Campbell spokesperson, said that the company was not aware of the recording before it aired on WDIV on Thursday, and doesn't know if it's legitimate. Bailey is one of the many vice presidents at Campbell's. According to Regan, his LinkedIn lists his title as vice president and chief information security officer. Quote, the person alleged to be speaking on the recording works in IT and has nothing to do with how we make our food. Campbell said, yeah, that doesn't matter though. You admitted that what you said. He doesn't have to make the food for you to say what you say and for it to be true. Campbell said in a statement to CBS News, the company said that Bailey is temporarily on leave while the company conducts the investigation. Quote, if the comments were in fact made, they are unacceptable, the company said. Quote, the comments heard on the recording about our food are not only inaccurate, they are patently absurd. Campbell's also defended the quality of its products, noting the company uses 100% real chicken in our soups. On Monday, James Uthemeyer, the Attorney General of Florida, said in a social media post that the state's Consumer Protection Division is investigating the quality of Campbell's products. Runyon Law Group, which filed the lawsuit on behalf of Garza, did not, God, if this screen keeps moving, I'm going to freak out, did not immediately respond to the request for comment. Garza's lawsuit alleges he suffered stress, humiliation, and embarrassment and mental anguish in the result of Bailey and Apparel's actions. He is seeking compensation for emotional, reputational, and economic harm, as well as attorney fees, and according to the complaint. So yeah, guys, Campbell's food is made for poor people. You hear me? It's made for poor people. I got Campbell's in my cupboard right now. We all like our Campbell's soup, don't we? Is this a video for it? Let's see.
A busy time for all our shoppers and, unfortunately, scammers as well. Take a look at this fresh new report from Visa.
Okay, yeah, who cares about that? All right. So, also for Turning Point USA, the fact that they are going to be apparently at the halftime NFL show. Like, what even is that? TPUSA halftime. Yeah, it's not solidified yet, I guess, but I figured this video seemed interesting. I didn't even read it yet.
Bad Bunny headlining the 2026 Super Bowl. But what Forrest Frank and Corey...
By the way, shout out to the channel. This is not my video. Jesus Rebrand. By the way, guys, double tap that screen, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. We're on the road to 10,000 subscribers. Also, we are on the road to 100,000 subs, trying to get that freaking plaque. You hear me? We do have a 10 super chat goal up of $10 and above. So help me reach my super chat goal of $10. 10 super chats of $10. Get your name written on the donor wall. Help me. I'm poor. I'm just a poor person that needs help. That's what everybody calls me. So we're going to go along with it.
Asbury are planning to do in response sparked a conversation that went far beyond an alternative program, sparking debates about faith, politics, and what it means to truly represent Jesus Christ. On September 28, 2025, during NBC's Sunday Night Football broadcast, the NFL made it official. Bad Bunny, the Puerto Rican reggaeton and Latin trap artist, would headline the Apple Music Super Bowl.
What's a Latin trap artist? Like in America, trap means like selling DRUGS's in a house that's abandoned. That's trapping.
59th halftime show on February 8, 2026.
Dude, Bad Bunny is just so cringe. I'm sorry.
At Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California. The announcement marked a historic first. Bad Bunny would be the first primarily...
That's okay, God. Like, we'll be poor together.
Spanish language artist to headline the Super Bowl halftime show as a solo act. For fans, this represented a massive cultural milestone, but for conservative audiences, the selection immediately triggered backlash. And just days after the announcement, worship artist Corey Asbury saw an opportunity to turn a moment about wickedness into a moment about Jesus.
All right, y'all, I just had an insane idea. What if we did an alternative, family-friendly halftime show for the Super Bowl? Every year, everyone is all up in arms about the performer for the halftime show. And I get it, because 9 times out of 10, it's raunchy as heck. You're seeing stuff you don't want to see. You're hearing stuff you don't want to hear, especially for your kids. So what if we threw together an alternate show at a different venue with just the biggest Christian artist and glorified the name of Jesus on a gigantic scale at a gigantic level? I've already talked to my boy Forrest. He is down to clown. He's down to play music is what I mean. Who else would you want to see there? My vision is this: blow it up huge. Let's get a stadium. Let's go crazy. While people are glorifying money and fame and sex and all kinds of stuff that we don't want to see, we can lift up the name of Jesus.
I know you would, God. Like, I'm not tripping about it. I mean, not every day I'm gonna do as good as I do to the day previous. God only blesses me. God blesses me as he sees fit. The universe blesses me as it sees fit. So everything that happens is meant to happen, and I'm very grateful for anybody that does support me, like you and everybody else. So don't trip about it. Everything's all good. I'm a happy person when it comes to this. I'm very grateful to be able to be doing YouTube for a job or a career, or be able to pursue my dreams on YouTube. I'm very grateful for that. So you don't have to worry about that, buddy.
If you're down, like this post, share it with your friends, and suggest who you think should join for this show.
Within days, the concept exploded. Christian artist Forrest Frank, whose song Lemonade had recently debuted at #1 on iTunes and peaked at #2 on the Billboard Hot Christian Songs chart, quickly showed support and committed to joining Asbury. The timing couldn't have been better, as Corey and Forrest had recently reconciled after a public falling out earlier that summer, and now were coming together as friends, ready to take a stand for Jesus on one of the biggest stages imaginable. But then something unexpected happened. Just days after Asbury's viral proposal, conservative political organization Turning Point USA announced its own alternative halftime show, promising a...
Okay, so it's an alternative halftime show. And let me guess, you have to, like, they want donations. You know, I got something in the mail from TPUSA, because when Charlie passed away, I did donate. And it said that, like, oh, you'll get your hat, your 47 hat, within, like, 8 weeks. It's definitely been more than 8 weeks. And I got something in the mail, and I thought I was going to say, like, we're working on your hat. We appreciate your donation. Nope, it said, please send more money, basically. Ridiculous. As if they're not getting tens of millions of dollars already.
Performance celebrating faith, family, and freedom. The announcement came with no confirmed venue, no artists, and no clear details, just a declaration that they were doing it. Almost immediately, speculation began swirling online. Fans wondered whether Asbury and Frank would partner with TPUSA. The possibility seemed logical on the surface, as both groups opposed the Bad Bunny selection, and both wanted a family-friendly alternative.
Yeah, but I'm sure these guys are, like, awake in the fact that TPUSA is, like, super sketchy, and, like, no one really probably wants to associate with them right now.
The question dominated Christian circles, but by early November, Asbury posted an update video to provide some clarity to fans.
All right, y'all, I've been getting absolutely blown up about this Jesus Bowl 26 alternative halftime show idea. I'm getting tens of thousands of messages and comments. I love it, but I'm here to provide some clarity on this thing. So about a month ago, Forrest and I soft launched this idea of an alternative halftime show. People loved it. It took off. It went viral quickly. Seemed like there was a desire for something like this. And in the midst of that, Turning Point USA announced their own alternative halftime show. No venue, no artist, but they said, hey, we're doing this. So in the spirit of unity, Forrest and I jumped on a call with their team to talk it through. Productive, amicable discussion, but at the end of the day, the two visions are just incompatible. We want this to be a Jesus moment. We want this to be a time where culture is doing one thing and we're doing another. We're glorifying the name of Jesus. We're showing his preeminence. We're worshiping. We're praying. I almost see it like an evangelistic Billy Graham crusade kind of thing, where there's a call to the altar. There's a call to give lives to Jesus, and there's just mass salvation taking place across this nation. How beautiful would that be? So now it's time to find a venue, find donors and sponsors, because this is going to cost legitimately millions of dollars. Forrest and I are not taking a dime from this. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is simply, let's offer something to the nation and to the Lord. So we've got our...
Thank you so much, Godlike. You are good people as well. I appreciate the kind words, and we're going to make it together. I never forget who supports me, man, so trust me. Once I'm at the top, I mean, I can't bring everybody to the top with me, but I can definitely help out everybody when I'm at the top. And trust me, we're going to be doing a lot of things. I'm going to be trying to do a lot of good things for my community. The community that I build, I'm going to be doing my best to help out.
Work cut out for us. If y'all know people, let us know, connect us, send me a DM, send me a message, and let's see what God does. Announcement coming soon. Love you guys. Peace.
The conversation had revealed something critical. The visions couldn't be reconciled. This wasn't a minor disagreement about logistics or branding. This was about the core mission. Corey had made his position crystal clear. By walking away from the TPUSA partnership, Asbury and Frank made a strategic choice. Their event would be about the gospel, not politics, not nationalism, not culture war messaging, just worship, evangelism, and leading people to Jesus.
Yeah, because TPUSA is like Christian based and all about God, but they use that to make Christians and people that are very devout go for them, and then it turns into politics, which makes it so it turns into votes, and it's just, yeah, they're ruining themselves. In my opinion, TPUSA is done. Like, that's just my opinion. Like, obviously they're still having shows with good turnouts, but I just think after a while, with what continues to coming out, I just think TPUSA is done.
This decision wasn't universally celebrated.
Oh yeah, no, I never got my hat. So TPUSA, I want my hat. Where the fuck is my hat?
Some conservatives viewed the separation as a missed opportunity and a fracturing of the movement when unity was needed most. Others questioned whether Asbury and Frank were being unnecessarily divisive or overly sensitive about partnering with a conservative group. But for Asbury and Frank, the stakes were too high.
Yeah, they're just being, too whatever the hell they just said, partnering with the conservative group where the leader just got publicly assassinated. And they're acting completely sketchy. So yeah, they're just go hard on these guys for being weary of working with them. Like,
To compromise.
people are so, like I love my community, and most of my community shows love, and I love the people who love me, and I love people who have love in their hearts. But God, a lot of people are just like, they make you just want to go ugh with how dumb they are.
They were proposing something unprecedented, a stadium-scale evangelistic event competing directly with the Super Bowl. If that event became associated with political partisanship, it would undermine the very purpose. With the Turning Point USA question settled, Asbury and Frank could focus on building their vision, and the response revealed just how much support they had. The viral momentum wasn't just from fans. Within days of the initial announcement, some of the biggest names in Christian music were publicly expressing interest. But at the same time, Asbury also confronted the financial reality head-on. He and Frank weren't naive about what they were proposing. That financial transparency was crucial. In an era where Christian leaders and influencers have faced scrutiny over monetizing ministry, Asbury and Frank's pledge to take no personal profit established credibility. They weren't building an event to profit from. They were funding a mission to bring salvation to new believers. But that also meant they needed major donors and sponsors willing to invest millions in an unproven concept. They'd need to secure a stadium-sized venue capable of holding tens of thousands. They'd need to coordinate dozens of artists, build a broadcast infrastructure capable of streaming to millions simultaneously, and create a production that could compete at least visually with the NFL's billion-dollar spectacle. And they'd need to do all of this while maintaining the spiritual integrity of the mission. To understand the weight of what Asbury and Frank were attempting, consider what a Billy Graham crusade actually required. Graham's organization would spend months planning each event, securing venues, training counselors, coordinating follow-up with local churches, and preparing pastoral care for new believers. The logistics were massive, and the spiritual preparation even more so. Asbury and Frank were proposing to do something similar, but on an accelerated timeline, and with the added complexity of competing directly with the most watched entertainment event in America. As of early November 2025, the Jesus Bowl remains a work in progress. Asbury and Frank are actively seeking donors and searching for a venue. The financial and logistical challenges are enormous. But here's what's already clear. Whether or not the Jesus Bowl happens, it sparked a conversation that wasn't happening before about how Christians engage.
I'm gonna change the pinned message to something funny, so don't judge me.
With mainstream culture. The Bad Bunny backlash revealed something significant. Millions of Christians feel culturally displaced by mainstream entertainment, and they want an alternative that reflects their values. And the Jesus Bowl plans to meet that desire not with criticism or politics, but with a positive message. Whether you agree with Asbury and Frank's approach or question their methods, one thing's undeniable. They forced the Christian community to question how we should engage cultural events. On February 8th, 2026, America will watch the Super Bowl halftime show. Some will tune into Bad Bunny's historic halftime performance, while some may find a Jesus Bowl alternative. But the real question isn't what the world will celebrate that night, but how we, as followers of Christ, will respond. And perhaps that's the real story. Not what happens on stage, but what happens in hearts when Christians decide how to be a light in a world full of darkness.
Yeah, there are still shockwaves over the
that was
upcoming
interesting.
resignation
I'm
of
not gonna lie. Okay, so that's
Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor.
not the video I wanted to play next. Oh, okay. So I seen this video, so I put it in my history. I want to go over this because
wait, what?
Shout out to the American Lucas. This guy is about to describe exactly what I was trying to describe earlier, betterly articulated, hopefully.
Oh my goodness. So I'm sure many of you guys are aware of the recent protests that took place in Dearborn, Michigan. Okay, you had a bunch of white Christian men and they were fighting against, the forces of evil, against the forces of Islam that have been, infiltrating the country. And it was led by this white Christian male, Jake Lang. And he's out there, he's doing things such as, slapping bacon on the Quran. It got to a point where he was threatening to burn the Quran until someone took it from him. He was holding up the cross. There's a video of him holding up the cross.
By the way, shout out to the channel, The Amazing Lucas. I don't know if I shouted him out already.
Right in front of this banner, and he was moving with the banner and saying, hey, we are being taken over. We are being conquered by Islam. This is what's going on. We've got to stand up and fight. Christians, we got to stand and fight. And it was very interesting. All of this, it was maybe about 50 white dudes, but, a little less than their tiki torches protest, but fascinating behavior. I must admit, fascinating. I was like, okay, oh, wow, okay, wow. All these people, Christian men, yeah. Then there was just a teeny, tiny, weensy-beensy problem. And that is, Jake Lang is not a Christian. That's correct. Jake Lang is Jewish.
Oh. And he's a Florida Senate candidate.
Bruh. When I found this out, my brain exploded. I'm like, wait, what? wait, what? Oh, yeah. We got video of this man kissing the wall. He's got the box on his head and everything because it contains, for those I believe it contains like the scriptures or whatnot, or certain scriptures. But yeah, he's all wrapped. Scriptures or whatnot, or certain.
See that smile? Now this is what I'm talking about, though. How he comes here, and he's a Florida Senate candidate, which is crazy enough. Then he goes up to Dearborn and he goes into this the community room where all the whatever people are, and he says, "Jesus is king, America first, get the fuck out of here," blah blah blah. And then he's slapping the Quran with bacon. He's trying to burn it. Like he's trying to cause problems. I feel like I appreciate any patriot that's up there that is trying to go for Jesus and trying to be a patriot and be America first. But like if this guy really is like an operative, that's crazy serious, especially since he is a candidate for the Senate in Florida. And by the way, the Dearborn, Michigan mayor is also Muslim. He told a Christian man, he said, "You may live here, but you are not welcome here." I have that video as well.
In certain scriptures. But yeah, he's all wrapped out, kissing the wall, Jewish, yeah, all this. And it's like, that's interesting. Then we come to find out that his sister is actively in the Israeli Air Force. So then it was like, riddle me this, Batman. Why would an ethnically Jewish man go out and start LARPing as a Christian while doing all of this obvious disrespect?
Their whole point and their whole mission is to cause the division and then cause the clash. That's the whole point.
Towards Islam,
America
towards
first, that's
Muslims.
correct.
That is fascinating. I don't know why. You tell me why. Because the only thing I can think of is divide and conquer, right? Because that seems very much like some COINTELPRO. We're on the cusp of getting the Epstein files. People are resigning. That's how bad it is.
Some of you will have seen my statement of regret, expressing my shame with respect to what I did in communication with Mr. Epstein, and that I've said that I'm going to step back from public activities for a time, but I think it's very important to fulfill my teaching obligations. And so, with your permission, we're going to go forward and talk about the material in the class.
Yeah, Epstein, in case you guys didn't know, Epstein had a lot of ties to Harvard and professors in Harvard. A lot of ties to other scientists and a lot of ties to other professors as well. So,
damn. But we're on the cusp of getting the Epstein files. Everyone's talking about, hey, maybe, Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about, I think, that AIPAC should register.
And, I think organizations like AIPAC and Christians United for Israel should register under the law as foreign agents.
All this is a very interesting conversations that are coming about. And sure enough, you have...
I know, and then if you try and talk about it, godlike, if you try and talk about it, dude, you get called a fascist, Ozzy. You get called everything, bro. I've gotten death threats. I've gotten called a fascist, a Zazi, a freaking bigot, everything under the sun. Just for saying America first. But every other country is their country first.
And trying to
all the countries that are smart.
As a Christian, because what he was trying to do was to cause an uproar. He was trying to agitate Muslims. That's what he was trying to do.
As he's trying to do this, though, I agree, like, this could be a possibility. This is alleged. But this is how Americans are feeling, though. Like, this sign, this is how Americans are feeling. Like, this is how we feel as Americans right now. And when I seen that this was starting and I seen this guy was doing this stuff, I was like, I'm not surprised. You know what I'm saying? I'm not surprised. Because it's bound to happen. We're getting tired of this shit. We're not just going to continue to sit back and let it happen. By the way, we're going to go over. Tucker Carlson does a fantastic job of explaining some of this stuff in the Sean Ryan interview. We're going to go over that, and that Sean Ryan interview was awesome. Tucker Carlson's Sean Ryan interview last night that I watched, he goes on these tangents, but he's just so good at talking. So, Sean Ryan is just awesome. There's an obvious plan for the fall of America. 100%. There's 100%. I'll talk about more in a second. Be right back. But that's the thing, with liberals, they taught liberals, and liberals are their brain and their thinking is accept everybody. That change is good, progression, this and that. This is all just progressiveness. And they're brainwashed to think that, and it makes them blind to the fact of the plans of the 100-year plan for the Muslims, the Jewish plan for controlling, positions of power. Both Muslims and Jewish people, not Jewish, I should say, the Israeli government, the Muslim government, their brotherhoods have these plans to take over America. And it's like the liberals are just completely blind to it because they've been taught to just accept everything. But us conservatives, or us people who are on the right, sit here and see what's going on and see that they're trying to take over, and we're not going to let it happen. But anyway, Tucker Carlson does such a good job at articulating himself on Sean Ryan, and watching that interview reminds me of why I love Tucker Carlson, because Tucker Carlson is just he's just such a genuine dude, bro. I truly think that Tucker Carlson is very genuine. He's just, yeah, he's a good guy.
And, by doing, smacking bacon with the Quran, what are we doing here, right? What are we doing? Because it's very interesting. Had anything gone down, I would argue that many people would see that as justified. Because I'm old enough to remember Bruno. Y'all remember that movie, Bruno? Mm-hmm. And how I think Sacha Baron Cohen, he dressed up in Jewish attire and walked around as sachet, and he was chased by a bunch of rabbis, okay? He was chased down the street by a bunch of rabbis. Now, of course, those rabbis who were chasing him...
Sorry, guys, give me 2 seconds. My bad. I'm grabbing myself some breakfast, some stuff to eat, so I'm satiated through here. I got some naan, and then I got some raisin bread, which is fantabulous as well. But let's get into it.
They just wanted to play bingo. That's what they wanted to do. They were inviting him, to the synagogue, so they can, play Scrabble. That's what they were doing. Of course not. Of course not. Because that is a absolute a violation of their faith. That is, you're mocking them to the utmost degree, because a lot of their clothing is holy. It contains context and when they wear it and whatnot. And that's with all these religions. So when you have them trying to antagonize Muslims with bacon on the Quran, bruh, it's just like, this doesn't scream very Christian. I don't know a lot of Christians who do stuff like this, okay? And I think that's...
Bro, I'm sorry. Like, I know Christians are good people, and people like to view Christians as like these people who are like about peace, and they don't. But do you understand the Catholic Crusades that happened way back when, and what we did to people? What Catholics did to people? Like, we're so brainwashed that modern day we're supposed to be nice, we're supposed to be this way, like the Bible says. It's like, yes, we agree, but once we get to our boiling point as Americans in our country, shit's gonna get nasty, whether you're Christian or not. If you're America first and you're for America, shit's going to get nasty, because you want to fight for your country, and you're going to do what it takes to divert these people the fuck away.
Really, honestly, taking a step back, I think we got to get over this whole religious thing. Huh? I know. I hear you. Many of y'all are Christians or faith-oriented. But if we really think about it, what is even going on right now? What are they saying? Oh, we want the Crusades. Even with the, the white, groypers and the LARPing that's going on, it's all stemming from religion. And it's not even what the scripture says or what the text says. It's their perversion of religion. I mean, we even our support of Israel is off of the bastardization of Congress people, as we saw with Ted Cruz talking about, well, Israel is Israel in the scripture. That's why we support them, because it says bless Israel, and we get blessed.
Guys, double tap your screens. If you're on the computer, hit the like button, but double tap the screen, get the likes up. Let's try and get into the algorithm. Keep commenting. By the way, send your super chats through if you guys want to get your name on the donor wall. Send your super chats through. I do have a 10 super chat goal of $10 and above. So help support your boy so I can continue to do these streams Monday through Friday, 9:30 to about 1 to 2 o'clock p.m. I went to the gym yesterday, so I'm going to stream a little bit later today.
Do you understand how stupid that is? Now, I'm not an atheist, but I can see from an atheist perspective, you're creating foreign policy based off of your interpretation of a book that didn't even happen in their beliefs, right? It would be like creating foreign policy off of Cat in the Hat.
He's out of line, but he's right.
That's how they view it, okay? That's how they view it. Now, as juvenile as that may be, it gives a little credence to the argument is the misinterpretation of what they're reading. So we've seen this since slave times, how they've tried to bastardize the Bible to justify their evil and heinous acts. We see this currently. And now we get to the point where we have Jewish men, LARPing, trying to cause division amongst Christians and Muslims over the fear of Islam.
The Muslim community is looking to drag us back. They're looking to oppress women, oppress homosexuals. They're looking to destroy everything that makes America great.
Now, if we look into AIPAC and we look into Thomas Massey and how he said everyone...
Yeah, the fucking Talmud has transgenderism in it. I mean, it's the only religious text that has multiple genders in it, right? One thing I had to say though is that this all what's happening today was bound to happen. Them calling us the melting pot, and we were built off immigration, and we need to let immigration happen. And I agree to an extent, but what comes with that is tribalism, and we're seeing it today, and we're going to continue to see it, especially with the amount of people that were let in through the Biden administration. We're going to continue to see tribalism to the point where, and I don't want to see this, and I hope it doesn't happen, but my prediction is things are going to get violent. We need to make America, where we're Americans with Christian values, Sure, if you want to have your Muslim values or your whatever other ideology, cool, but we need to make sure you are American first. You're America first. How do we make sure of that? I don't freaking know. But what I do know is that tribalism is going to continue to grow, and at the end of the day, it's going to lead to violence. And that's my prediction. And I hope it doesn't. But we're seeing it right now. We're on the cusp. And this guy that he's talking about, Jake Lang, he is a candidate for the Senate of Florida. That would just be another Israeli dual citizen or whatever in power. But not only is he a Senate candidate for Florida, he's in Dearborn doing all this stuff. And like he pointed out, and I thought about it too when I first heard the video. So homosexuals and transgenderism is making America great. I truly think that this is the moment, just like on January 6th, that there are going to be people placed to cause certain situations to happen, to continue the script, to make things go the way that they want it to go, if you catch what I'm saying. Welcome in, Cassie. God bless every single one of you guys. I love you guys. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic Tuesday. It's the first day of snow hitting the ground here in North Dakota. It looks absolutely beautiful outside. I'm glad we had bonfires this weekend. I do have a 10 super chat goal of $10 and up. So get your name written on the wall by sending through your super chats. YouTube does take a brutal 30%. So in the description, either copy and paste if you're on the phone, copy and paste a link into your browser and send your donation that way. Or you can just hit the description if you're on the computer. But either way, send through your donations, support your boy. As you see on the pinned comment, help me prove my ex wrong. Help me get back at my toxic ex by super chatting and helping me on my journey to get rich. It's just a joke, guys, on the pinned comment. It's just a joke. But show some support. I love you guys. Let's go.
Of his, Congress people has an AIPAC member.
Everybody but me has an AIPAC person.
What does that mean, an AIPAC person?
It's like your babysitter, your AIPAC babysitter, who is always talking to you for AIPAC. They're probably a constituent in your district, but they are, firmly embedded in AIPAC. And
every member has something like this?
I don't know how it works on the Democrat side.
Welcome in, Cassie. Love you guys.
But that's how it works on the Republican side.
If we look into Netanyahu and his influence, if we look into Trump and how he's given them, blank checks, how he used the word Palestinian as a pejorative against Biden. I don't know. It seems like you're trying to shift the narrative. That's what it seems like. And it's not working very well. I would say it's not working at all. So the more that stuff like this, little stunts like this happen, the more alert people are going to be. I don't know what to tell you. The more alert people are going to be, and the more they're going to be like, yeah, this is a problem. It seems like there's a group of people who want us to grapple. And as I've said before, this is why I talk about the white ignorance. I'm like, y'all are getting hurt by the people that you're voting. You think that Donald Trump and the rest of them care about you. We see currently they don't care about you. We saw in the last election they didn't care about you. And when it came to the farmers, what had happened? The same farmers that were hurt in his first election voted for him this time. Now y'all hurting again. Now it's getting to a point where you won't be able to recover. So you can, say all the mean stuff you want. You can say this and say this. One thing you can't say is that I'm wrong. That's one thing you can't say because you're experiencing it right now.
To this day.
So I don't know. Take this story for.
All right, we're done with this video. I just wanted him to explain everything how it was. This is
You are a bigot.
This is the video I was talking about of Dearborn, Michigan mayor who is also Muslim, saying that you are a Christian. You may live here, but you are not welcome here. This is what we're dealing with now, guys, as Americans. We need to stand up and make America great again. Fuck what Trump is saying. Screw his vision of make America great again. It's not his term. It's our term. Okay? And the version of make America great again is make America full of Americans again. Stop it with these fucking people coming in here trying to infiltrate us and ruin our country and make it so soon our kids are going to grow up in a shithole because they don't know how to act and they came in here and ruined shit and our government allowed it.
And you are a racist. And you are an Islamophobe. And although you live here, I want you to know as mayor,
You are not welcome here.
You hear that? Imagine your mayor telling you that. You shouldn't even be allowed to be a mayor if you're not born in America. Listen, newsflash to the government and anyone else who needs to hear this. If you are not born in America, if you are not American, you should not be in positions of power. You shouldn't be a mayor. You shouldn't be a lawyer. You shouldn't be a judge. You shouldn't be. If you're American, you can. But no, I truly think that if you're not born here, you shouldn't be in a position of power, period. No mayor, no Senate, no Congress, no lawyer, no judge, no nothing. Because we don't know who your allegiance is to. It's the same thing like when Charlie Kirk got killed, right? And people were sitting there and celebrating it. The main question was, well, if I have a surgeon that's operating on me and I'm a conservative and this surgeon is a super big liberal, is this surgeon going to take the same good care of me as he would as a liberal? Is this surgeon going to potentially hurt me because they're radicalized? The crazy thing is, and what made us wake up more and more and what we woke up to see was a lot of these people that we see every day, we don't know their ideology. We don't know how radicalized they are towards their ideology or anything like that. They could be liberal, they could be conservative, they could be whatever. And that goes for doctors, teachers, nurses, whatever. So if I have a doctor who's super liberal and I'm a conservative and you know, they're radicalized, are they going to take the same care of me as they are themselves? Give me 2 seconds. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye-bye. All right. So, anyways, where was I at? You don't know how these people think. So you send your school, like we see how these schools are bringing in these guys dressed as women to read books to kids. And if you see that viral video that went around of a father that went into the school and said, I'm taking my kid out. You are not going to teach my kid this. This is like ridiculous. This should be illegal. And it should be. When I was in school, that sure didn't happen. If I went to my kid's school and I seen a man dressed as a woman in there reading a book about, you know, intimate stuff, I don't know what I would do. I definitely would be taking my kid out of that school, but there'd be things going on. Now, we need to bring our country back to Christian values. We need to stop letting these people in who are coming to America and lying to our faces and then all of a sudden switching sides once they're inside of America. We're letting in multiple people like sleeper cells, radicalists, criminals, like the people who are let in under the Biden administration. We need to go back to our Christian values. We need to go back to our American values. Listen to this guy fucking talk one more time.
And you are a racist, and you are an Islamophobe. And although you live here, I want you to know as mayor, you are not welcome here. And the day you move out of the city will be the day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city.
These comments from the...
This guy is a Muslim mayor, and he says, you are an Islamophobe. You need what? Because this guy was saying that you need to stop doing call to prayer 5 times a day, starting at 5 o'clock in the morning, disrupting our community that for 100 years since we lived here has never had to deal with this, and we've always had Christian values, and we've always just been able, even if you don't have Christian values, we just have not had disruption like this. Let alone we haven't had freaking violence go on in the streets because people want to protest about their rights that they already have. Basically, they just want more rights. They just want to take more. We have a mayor, a sitting mayor in Dearborn, Michigan saying this. He should be fired. How are you born in a different country and you become mayor in America of some city? Bro, if I'm born in Pakistan, how the fuck am I going to come to North Dakota and become mayor? You know what's dangerous about that? More leniency towards Islam, or towards people of Islam. More support to the Islamic community. Why don't we start bringing up a term called, you're a Christian, what would it be called? A Christianophobe? You're a Catholicophobe. You, my sir, are a Christianophobe. We need to bring America back to its Christian values, let alone, screw religion for a minute. We need to bring America back to American values. American values. Back to where when we go outside and we go to a store in our own community, there's that feeling of camaraderie. That feeling of, oh, hey, Joe, how you doing? We all see each other every day. We're all parts of the community. Not, here's another immigrant who just came in illegally and is getting subsidized while this veteran is over here not getting subsidized at all and not being taken care of. If you go through the legal process to come in here, I agree you should be able to come to America. But if you come in here illegally, you should be deported, period. But we need to get back to American values. The brotherhood, the camaraderie. Not having a mayor, a sitting mayor, tell a Christian man,
You are a bigot, and you are a racist, and you are an Islamophobe. And although you live here, I want you to know as mayor, you are not welcome here. And the day you move out of the city will be the day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city.
These comments. You know what's crazy? Is this was a day before Charlie Kirk died. See the date? September 9th, 2025. Yes, I did see that, the Patricia Scott. And did you see that Homeland Security is based in Israel? Our Homeland Security account on X is based in Israel. We'll go over this video, then I'll continue to rant. I'm gonna go fill my coffee quick.
day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city.
These comments from the Muslim mayor of Dearborn, Michigan to a resident at a city council meeting made news. The resident had committed the offense of expressing concern over a street being named after Osama Siblani.
My concern is he's a promoter of Hezbollah and Hamas.
The best suggestion I have for you is to not drive on Warren Avenue or to close your eyes while you're doing it.
God bless you, sir.
I think
Thank
you
you.
also say that I'm an apostate, I'm going to hell based on the videos that you've dropped. So if I were you, I'd sit silently.
Okay.
So perhaps we shouldn't be too surprised that Dearborn has drawn the attention of people like this guy, who came in and dropped a grenade at the city council meeting.
You guys got to keep it down, okay?
In 1900, the world was 30% white. Fast forward 125 years, we are down to 7%. The Islamification of Europe is particularly aimed at the destruction of white people. The Islamification of America is aiming to meet the same goal. Our people, white Christian, European, Western civilization, we built the arts. We built the Colosseum. We have ran the world into the industrial age. And now, this people here, the Muslim community, is looking to drag us back. They're looking to oppress women, oppress homosexuals. They're looking to destroy everything that makes America great. President Trump, send ICE into Dearborn. These people have overstayed their visas. They're H-1B chain migration invaders, and they have come to this country to destroy our way of life. We know exactly your laws in your book about lying to our faces, pretending to...
The 100-year plan, the main thing in that plan is do not divert, always communicate, and continue to grow.
To be Americans, wearing your suits. But that doesn't happen anywhere else where you guys are in charge. There are 53 Muslim majority countries.
Oh,
and
100% he is, Apple. Welcome in.
in all of them, it is tyranny, destruction. It is shithole living. We have to call it what it is. You guys don't live like we do. We don't want you in our country. We will come and eat your shawarma in Somalia, okay? We don't need it here in Michigan. We don't need it in any part of America. We have a right to self-determination. Our founding fathers fought and died for our posterity, for white Americans, and we're being driven out.
He may be Jewish, but he's saying everything that Americans feel right now. He's saying everything Americans feel. You know, because it went from, you know, America, like, we can't even be proud to be white. Like, if I say I'm proud to be white, I'm racist. They're trying to drive out the white people, the white, you know, the white race. It's only destruction. It's either build or destruct. And right now, everybody in this plan, the Podesta plan and everything, it's about destruction.
You come here and you marry 4 or 5 women and you outbreed us. You change the laws. You make all of our country look like the places that you fled from. We don't want you here. Respectfully, get the out of my country. I don't want you here. We don't want you here.
That's fine.
I don't want you here. I don't want you here.
That's fine, sir. Just
This is our country. And
Chief,
the
can you send
people,
the guys out there?
the veterans, the World War II veterans, that's blood has soaked for our constitutional republic, are taking a look around Europe. They're taking a look around America, and they're saying, what the hell did we fight for? We have been taken over without a single shot fired. You guys are outbreeding, insidious parasites on the American way of life. You will never look like us. You will never eat like us. You won't build buildings like us. You are nothing. You can build nothing. Just like President Trump's great American friends have said. You guys are not us, and get the out. America first. America only. God bless America. Jesus is king. Jesus is king.
Thank you.
Jesus is king. Jesus is king.
Thank you.
Jesus is king. Jesus is king.
Time has expired. Order in the chambers. Order in the chambers.
And that concludes our meeting for
Jesus is king.
Guys. Get these guys. Guys, you got to go back to the seat. Everybody back to your seats or you'll be removed.
Go back and sit down, please. Sit down, please.
Jesus is king in the chat, guys.
All right.
America first, man. America first.
Today on the streets of Dearborn, I was pepper sprayed, maced by protesters because I asked them simply why they were harassing and touching another individual who had stated repeatedly that he was only on their side of the street to talk to them and have a dialogue. What could be done about it unless I went to the
for quite some time. Remember the rape gangs or the grooming gangs? Others can post something.
The main issue here is that you said I can go into the station later and file a report. He's in black bloc. You're never going to find him
Muslim
again.
majority town.
You will never find him again. The detective will not find him. I promise.
Yeah, it looks like this cop is Muslim. See, this is what's going to happen. Is these cops or these Muslims begin to be cops. They end up just seeing this, like how this guy got assaulted behind the camera, and they end up seeing it, and they're just not going to do anything about it. They don't care because they want to take over.
I've been in this situation before. You're never going to find him. He's masked head to toe. You will never find him again. Yeah, that is shitty police work. It's lazy. So you know that a crime happened, and you're going to let it slide because why? Then go arrest him. Okay, find me somebody who can.
The guy behind the camera should be able to sue, to be honest with you.
Okay, yeah.
What he should say is bring your sergeant. Because if he does these certain things that they lawfully have to do, then he has a lawsuit on his hands.
Find the police report after he's gone, and you'll never find him again. This is lazy police work. You are a lazy police officer. Or you just don't want to get him. One of the two. Yeah, I'm going to be reporting that police officer to the I'll get his name and badge number real quick. Before we leave, I'm going to get his name and badge number. Oh, I thought he couldn't leave his post. He's gone. He's not even here anymore. He said he couldn't leave his post. We're going to go right over there. We're going to say hi to him. We're going to get his name and badge number before we leave. Hey, officer! Who couldn't leave his post. Here he is running. Officer!
Jeez.
Officer who couldn't leave your post. Can I get name and badge number real quick?
Oh, he's already doing the legal moves. He's supposed to tell him immediately his name and badge number.
Officer, you said you couldn't leave your post a second ago. That was a lie. Can I get your name and badge number before I leave? Name? Okay, thank you. You can leave your post to take a personal phone call, but not to make an arrest, apparently. Violent attack, you can't leave your post. Personal phone call? Oh, there we go.
Yep. Two-tier policing for you right there. And we see here also when it's taken to
I'm a
the city
journalist.
council,
I'm not a
discussion.
protester. This is my badge. Okay. Today on the streets of Dearborn, I was pepper sprayed, maced by protesters because I asked them simply why they were harassing and touching another individual who had stated repeatedly that he was only on their side of the street to talk to them and have a dialogue. My phone was smashed. You can see the broken camera right there. They stole $50 out of my pocket, and they stole my microphone receiver. I went and I told one of your officers, badge number 3668, that this had happened. He told me there was nothing that could be done about it unless I went to the station. I told him, I can't go to the station. I'm working. I'm doing my job. He said, I'm working too. I said, yeah, and your job is to protect me and all of the people that are out here today, okay? So we said that I could go into the station later. I told him, you're never going to catch the guy if I go into the station later.
We just need to stop the Muslim takeover like this. I mean, I love Muslims. I got love for everybody, but if it's going to be like this, especially with how that mayor was acting, just there needs to be parameters set, apparently.
He's going to leave. He's dressed head to toe in black bloc. I filmed the whole thing, but he had a mask on his face. You'll never, ever get an opportunity to arrest that person ever again if you don't go and get him right now. He said, sir, I can't leave my post. 5 minutes later, I caught him in the parking lot on a personal phone call. Okay? Repeatedly today, I watched people that are in this room get attacked by other people that are in this room. I watched your officers not respond to those attacks repeatedly. Then I saw somebody who was in this group, which again, I'm a journalist. I'm just documenting what's going on, and I'm here to tell you what's going on. I saw somebody in this group get arrested. I asked the officers, habeas corpus, please articulate probable cause for arresting this person. They refused to. I asked name and badge number. They refused to give me their name and badge number as a member of the press with my badge clearly displayed. They would not tell me why they were arresting this person. They just did it. Okay?
Seems to be working out more than your channel, especially you, Last King. Hold on. One second. Let's see. How much subscribers do you have, Last King? Got 115 subs, 42 views. You ain't got nothing. Let's see. What about this guy? How much subs do you have? You have 6 subscribers, hip flexing. You have no videos. So let's be quiet. Pretty sure I'm working out more than you guys are. Over 5 million views, almost to 10,000 subs. Past. Should we show the channel analytics? Do I have to go that far? Oh no, I don't want to embarrass you.
Yesterday, I was exploring Dearborn. I came here just to document this from Seattle as a journalist.
And I'm not saying like make rules for thee, not for me, but it's like, dude, like there's just stuff that like if you're gonna be a police officer, right, and you're Islamic, and you're not gonna help out people who are literally being assaulted, there's a problem there. And I would say the same thing about Christians. Same thing about Christian people. There's got to be a way of loyalty. You understand? And if there's not, then there needs to be parameters set for everybody. If you're not loyal and you're not willing to do your job, no matter who you have to protect or help or serve, then you shouldn't be in that position, is what I was saying. No, we just have some people in here who like to talk crap behind a keyboard, but would never say it to my face. Last King is the same person who came in here and was begging for his mod back and was apologizing for saying what he said and was crying around. And I helped people get to his channel and subscribe, and he still hasn't made it past 100 subscribers, and he's just salty about it, so it's okay.
Okay, I was exploring Dearborn. I walked up and down Michigan Avenue. There wasn't very many people out. Then we wanted to hear the call to prayer that we've heard so much about. So we went to a mosque. And at that mosque, I was followed by a drone. If I moved forward, the drone moved forward.
This is the craziest part, is that he was followed by a drone. Like, that's insane. And I also said with the Charlie Kirk situation, I was like, God, if someone in Dearborn can follow this man with a drone, then they should have been able to have a drone in the Charlie Kirk situation. Thank you for the subscription, Patricia. I appreciate you. God bless you. And thank you again for the dono earlier.
Backwards. The drone went backwards. I went to a gas station, and that drone waited outside of the gas station.
Dude, do you understand that you are typing on, like, you are watching me typing on my channel? Like, if you feel the way you feel, just leave. It's so comical when you guys talk crap, but yet you're watching me typing on my channel. It's just crazy.
Above the door for me to leave so it could begin following me again. I was followed by vehicles, and I was followed by individuals on foot. There was a lot of talk in here today about sexism. So I'd like to quote the Prophet Muhammad. Okay? One of my favorite quotes.
Last King, let's not forget how, and I have the Snapchats of you trying to ask me for money. Bro, can you borrow me $80 and I'll get it back to you? You asked me for money on like 2 different occasions. So, yeah. King, I wouldn't be talking any crap in the chat. Like, do I have to pull up the Snapchats of you asking me for money? Who's failing? Yeah, be quiet.
Prophet Muhammad. A woman's testimony is worth half that of a man's due to the deficiency of her mind. God created 2 sexes, one superior and
by the way,
one inferior.
I respect all your guys' opinion in the chat. I don't really care. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's fine. I love everybody in the chat. I love everybody in the world. Like, if you disagree with me, fine. I'm sure we can come to a common ground at, some point. Like, all of us could probably have a drink together and have a good time. We could all, sit here and disagree, but at the end of the day, we're all still humans together, and I still love you and wish the best for you. But yeah, I did not. Why would I ask you to ask me for money? Is that it? Like, seriously, is that how you think this went? I asked you to ask me for money when you asked me to borrow you $80 because you couldn't pay your bill or you had to pay fines. Okay.
That's why your women wear hijabs, because they're inferior to men. That's why in most
have
Muslim
30
countries, they
seconds.
can't leave their homes without permission of a male guardian. Is my time up?
You have 30 You seconds. had 30
Oh,
seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
great.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I shouldn't feel like a dhimmi in my country. That's what I feel like in Dearborn, Michigan. It doesn't feel like home. I feel like a dhimmi, a second-class citizen, which is what Christians are in the majority of Muslim countries. Dhimmis. Second-class citizens. And the policing in this city, that's exactly what happens. And I know rank-and-file officers in pretty much every city usually want to take care of these problems.
Tell them how I snaked you. How did I snake you? See how people get delusional in the chat? They come subscribe to me, become a mod. I add them on Snap because I'm trying to be cool with them, and then they get salty when I take their mod away because they were celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, and now they're on here trying to act all cool behind a keyboard with their 50 subscribers, telling me that I'm a failure. And now I'm about to expose you.
You're the one giving the orders, Mr. Mayor.
Oh wait, no, I better not, because these are the type of people who'll just report my channel and try and get me demonetized and try and ruin everything I worked hard for. So I'm just gonna be quiet. You guys think whatever you want to think. God bless you. I love you. Much love. I'm gonna continue this.
These guys definitely want to do something about them. They're business. Look at them. These
The
guys are all
cops definitely want to do something about stuff, but like they're just stuck because of what they're told they can and cannot do.
business. Your orders. I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Patricia Scott, I agree. There are no friends on the internet, especially ones that are the way that some of these people are. All right. Let's move on here. I don't know. Does anyone know what's going on with the James Comey and Letitia James indictment? I know that Todd Blanche is really being corrupt and blocking a lot of stuff, but I don't really know what's going on with this. Maybe we should move on to something more interesting. I'm not sure.
There are still shockwaves over the upcoming.
I want to go over the Tucker Carlson and Sean Ryan interview because it was super awesome. And it was just such a good interview. Way better than the one where he did with Brian Harpool and like completely didn't push back or anything. I feel like the Tucker Carlson interview with Sean Ryan was awesome. And I also feel like Tucker Carlson completely like shocked Sean Ryan. Like Sean Ryan was like, holy shit, this guy's smart. He has good thoughts. And Sean Ryan was more listening to Tucker Carlson than he was asking questions. That's for sure.
Nation of Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. That happens in January. Greene made the surprise announcement online Friday night during this very show. It's unclear what she'll do next after 5 years in office. She started as one of the president's staunchest supporters and will leave Congress branded as a traitor by him after their very public falling out. Jeff Seleny went to her district in Northwest Georgia to see how voters are reacting.
We wanted Marjorie to be Marjorie. We appreciate her. She doesn't blend into the curtains like other people do up in Washington.
Like so many others here in Georgia,
Dude, I couldn't imagine living in Washington. That would be crazy.
David Goldenshoe was talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene and the bombshell announcement she
I'm gonna let this play. I gotta turn off the tracking on the camera. I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna go grab a sweater real quick. I'm chilly.
will resign from Congress in January. But unlike most who only talk about her, he knows her well. And after finishing his weekly radio show today, he said three things above all explain why she's leaving.
She may be very, very, very conservative. At the same time, she wants to see things get done. The second factor, I think, was the Charlie Kirk assassination. That had a profound impact on her. And then the third thing, I think, was just the falling out with President Trump.
Among friends and foes alike.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine being like Marjorie Taylor Greene was and like spending millions of your own dollars on helping Trump and like really being a Trump supporter and like even when it was bad for your reputation and then all of a sudden Trump turns on you. Like Trump's a snake for that for sure.
Both in her hometown of Rome, Georgia, a sense of disbelief at her decision reverberated from one conversation to another.
Very surprised. Didn't expect that.
Sunny Canas runs the Sunflower Community Bakery and had started to reconsider her view of green after she stood her ground against President Trump over the release of the Epstein files.
I disagreed with a lot of the stuff she did early on in Congress. I applaud her for breaking away from the pack because that's a really hard thing to do in politics. There's just a handful of people that are brave enough to do that, so I've got to hand her that.
Like breaking away from Trump, you mean?
Right. Breaking away from Trump and just standing up.
The 14th congressional district, stretching from Atlanta's suburbs to the Appalachian foothills and Tennessee state line, has long been Trump country, and the Congresswoman has long led the loyalty parade.
Come on up, Marjorie. Come on.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All that a distant memory after she criticized the president and he turned on her.
Marjorie, traitor grin.
The remarkable feud that ultimately led to a resignation video on Friday night
I refuse to be a battered wife, hoping it all goes away and gets better.
was still fresh on the minds of many people here today, including these two Green supporters out for a morning walk.
How was she as a congresswoman from the district?
Well, I think she represented the people, what they felt. Not everybody felt that way, obviously. I wouldn't have called her a traitor. That's Trump, but he hits back if you hit him.
With 42 days now left in her abbreviated term, there is no shortage of opinions about Green. Radford Bunker was among those expressing regret to be losing their firebrand in Congress.
I'm sorry that she resigned. I think that she's a thoughtful person. Like I said, I'm just sorry that politics has come to the sort of tribalism where you have to agree with everything on everybody.
Others, like Virginia McChesney, were far closer to saying good riddance.
We, this district, really just want someone who represents us instead of thinks of themselves and tries to promote a political point of view.
Are you sorry to see her go?
Not really. I think we've probably seen more of her as a real person in the past 3 days than we have ever.
And Jeff Zeleny is with us tonight.
Bro, what's this?
Welcome back. As the noise settles and reality sets in, our next guest has a warning for New York and the country about Zohran Mamdani. He calls Mamdani a Trojan horse for the Red-Green Alliance. We first introduced you to this alliance months ago on this show. It's two groups you'd think have very different philosophies, but they're united in their distaste for the West. The red is Marxism. The green is Islamism. The Middle East Forum describes it as, quote, an alliance of
exactly what
convenience between leftists, including progressive, socialist, and communist on the one hand, and on the other hand, Islamists, Muslims who actively pursue the political goals of Islam, such as Islamic supremacism, and the punishment of those non-compliant with Islam. They went on to say, what commonalities bring these two disparate collectives together? Both leftists and Islamists hate Western countries and Western civilization, especially the United States of America. Joining me now, the son of the founding Hamas leader, Mossab Hassan Youssef. Mossab, thank you for being with us.
Bro, this guy just looks evil. Look at him. Yo, it's already cloud sugar. It's already snowing here. First day of real snow on the ground. That's why I'm glad that we had our bonfires this weekend. Roasted some hot dogs and had some s'mores and stuff like that, just to enjoy the last few days of like being able to have a fire. And now it's all gone. There's snow everywhere.
With us here today. First, let's just start with this. With your background and your knowledge, the Red-Green Alliance, it doesn't make any sense. How could a socialist furry marching down the streets of New York have something in common with, perhaps, Hamas? So how does it work? Is it real?
Actually, they are opposing forces, and the reality is that we have been invaded. Today, we don't need Trojan horses to invade or to infiltrate our borders. We have been invaded through the internet. The communist countries, North Korea, China, Russia, they have been working around the clock to flood our internet, our social media with their propaganda. So they paved the way they created the climate for somebody like Mamdani to come and represent their ideologies. On the other hand, also we have Qatar, we have Arab oil countries, we have Pakistan, we have other Muslim countries that basically posing as white people, as Americans, and they have been spreading Islamic indoctrination through the Muslim Brotherhood, through other platforms. Now, the average American really does not understand the green and red danger. This is the job of the CIA, of the FBI, intelligence services. They understand this danger. Now, the new generation of Americans, they really don't know the history, the long war between capitalism, or let's say the United States, the West, against communism, and the real danger of such a model. Now, these two models, the Islamic and communist models, they're anti-American at their core. And they want to push America in the backseat. And they want to change the world order. This is what they are aiming to do. Now, the new generation of Americans don't see this bigger picture. They think that every other country is just like the American model, that people demonstrate their freedoms. They don't see that these two models are failing models. And at best, what they can offer is a tyranny, a dictatorship, a totalitarian system. They can never succeed in representing a transparent democracy. And to import such ideologies to the United
really
States
quickly,
means...
So I just want to ask you this really quickly. I see that the two sides have a common cause in destruction of the West, Western civilization, the United States of America, even if they do have very different visions of what rises up from the ashes. But while you said a Trojan horse isn't necessary today, you still have described Zohran Mamdani as a Trojan horse. Explain.
Yes, well, basically, had he not used the Muslim and the socialist cards, I would have not mind. If he represented himself as an American first and as an American last, I wouldn't mind. But the thing is that he is using such dangerous ideologies that contradicts with the spirit of New York, posing as the savior of the city. Well, the city is perfect the way it is. It's a perfect city. It's the most advanced city in the world. Okay, every city has its own problems, but this is the jewel of the Western civilization, and there is nothing like it. So he's coming to pose as a Muslim who wants to save the West. From what? From what? This is his hypocrisy. If he really cares for his people, why doesn't he go and build the Muslim countries, you know, where it's failing, where there is barbarism, where there is nothing close to...
I agree. It's always about America. It's always, we got to change this about America. We got to change this. In my opinion, the only thing that we need to change is the fact that our streets and our bigger cities and stuff like that are starting to look crappier and crappier and crappier. We need to start rebuilding infrastructure, making better infrastructure, and making it better for our people. I mean, you go to China, you go to Japan, you see the way that the way the infrastructure is and the way it looks. Why don't we look at all of our tax money that just gets taken from us, and our infrastructure does not get better at all. We build nothing. We need to start building, but they're focused on what? They're focused on destroying.
New York City or to the United States, but he's coming to something that's completely developed, and he's posing that he's going to integrate it into something greater.
I'll tell you, Mossab, I would love to ask this question. I would encourage you, if you ever have the opportunity to interact with Zohran Mamdani, and I would invite him.
All right, guys, I got 15 minutes left on the 10 super chat goal of $10 and above. So 10 super chats, $10 and above. Get your name written on the donor wall. Show some love and support. And yeah, let's finish this video.
onto this program at any point, I would love to ask him exactly what you present. What is his vision? What is his model? Where is the society that he envisions having been implemented on this earth that he would like to bring to New York City? And I'd have that a very open, curious question for Zohran Mamdani. In the meantime, for much of what we've talked about, if you're curious, Mossab has written a new book. It's called From Hamas to America. I encourage you to check that out.
No, I just think that it doesn't matter where you're at. I mean, if we're in America, we should want America to be better and look better. I mean, back when we were building everything, it was like, I don't know. I just think we should be building everything, like, we should be way farther than we are. Way, 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 way farther than we are.
And that brings us to this story.
But instead, we're sending billions to Argentina or to Israel or to Ukraine or whatever else the fuck we're doing, instead of helping healthcare and helping our veterans that don't get taken care of that well, or, you know, building better infrastructure, or, you know, helping the homeless issue. Fucking go find some plot of land and build fucking a million little sheds and let them go there and live there in their own little slum or whatever. I don't fucking know. Build something. Help America in some way.
Of Minnesota, where an illegal migrant was apparently using a stolen identity to remain here in the United States, despite being deported 3 times, and it totally ruined another man's life.
Right, Todd Pyro talks about it. I think we can all put ourselves in the position of this guy and say, what if this happened?
Like, our power grid is so old, it's like we should be upgrading all this stuff. The government always talks about, oh, our power grid's old, we got old stuff, and if we got attacked, it would be terrible. Well, fucking fix it. What are we paying taxes for?
To us. Take a listen. The New York Times reporting that this years-long case of apparent identity fraud, titling the piece, 2 Men, 1 Identity, they both paid the price. Now, in this piece, the Times argues that thousands of illegal immigrants rely on fraudulent security numbers to get by in our country. The problem is one of those fraudulent numbers belonged to a Minnesota father by the name of Dan Kluver. He's an upstanding citizen by all accounts. Time says he never fired a gun, missed a payment, or even been arrested for anything before. Quote, Kluver has lived in rural Minnesota for decades, but his Social Security number was being used for jobs in other parts of the country. He traced 15 years of records and found more tax documents listing unfamiliar jobs at a cement plant in Kansas, a paper mill in Tennessee, a construction company in Ohio, cereal factory in Nebraska, and a dog food plant in Missouri. It's like I've lost all control over who I am, Kluver said. The government estimates that as many as 1 million undocumented workers are using fraudulent or stolen Social Security numbers. But in this case, the particular migrant who had been using Kluver's identity ran into some trouble. The Guatemalan national was involved in a crash that killed a grandfather and injured his 9-year-old granddaughter. Quote, the girl sustained minor injuries, but the 68-year-old man flew off the bike, broke his pelvis in 2 places, struck his head, and died. The driver stayed on scene, praying and cooperating with the police as he handed over a license and registration for Dan Kluver. He was cleared of any wrongdoing. The crash was ruled an accident, but the victim's family had filed a wrongful death lawsuit with Kluver listed as the defendant. Kluver told the Times reporter, quote, just keeps getting more unbelievable. I can understand doing whatever you have to do to provide for your kids, but now somebody's death is attached to my name. This migrant had been deported back to Guatemala in 2005, 2008, and 2009, but each time he returned to the U.S. and purchased a new ID for work. Back over to you.
It's amazing you can do that. It's amazing this guy did that, and it's amazing there is more outrage about that. If you look at the New York Times story, it's almost even. Like,
guys, we have 150 people in here. We just need, let's get to 100 likes. We just need 72 more beautiful people to double tap that screen, show some love and support. Let's get to 100 likes. Help us get in the algorithm more. Double tap that screen. If you're on the computer, hit the like button. If you want to show some support, hit the link in the description. Go to the Streamlabs link. You can send your super chats through there. YouTube does take a brutal 30%. I also do have a 10 super chat goal of $10 and above. 10 super chats, $10 and above. Help me make my ex jealous. What's my funny slogan today? Help me get back at my toxic ex by super chatting on my journey to 100,000 subs and get rich. I don't know. It was just a funny little fucking comment I wanted to pin. Sassy Cassie. My dream is to live off grid. I agree. Living off grid would be lit. I would love to live off grid. Like buying some land just in a rural area, like by a mountainside, build a nice cabin, and yeah, that would be awesome. I'm not going to lie. All right, guys, we just need 66 more beautiful people to double tap that screen and show some love and support. We'll be at 100 likes. Help me get in the algorithm. Help show some love and support. And by the way, send your super chats through. Get your name written on the donor wall. Become a member as well. If you want to support the channel further, become a member by hitting the join button. Tier 1 is a See Me Now Soldier, and Tier 2 is a See Me Now General. Shout out to all the members. Shadow Patriot, Natalie, Jay, Ferdinand, and all the other 11 gifted members that are a part of the channel. Thank you guys so much. God bless you guys. And yeah, I can't remember what the fuck I was going to say. But yeah, help me reach my 10 super chat goal of $10 and above. Help me. What was the comment I posted again? I tried to make a joke today. Help me get back at my toxic ex by super chatting, and help me on my journey to get quote unquote rich. I don't know.
I can understand how you might be inconvenienced, and I can understand why he would do it.
Like both men had equal rights to this identity.
It's crazy.
So Dan Kluver, you could probably relate to this. He's lived in this town, Olivia, Minnesota, for 40 years, worked at the same factory his dad did. He coaches baseball on the weekends. He teaches Sunday school, never been arrested, never gotten in trouble, never even smoked a cigarette. And the cop comes up to his car and pulls him over and says, your license has been suspended. You have another driver's license in Missouri. He said, I've only been there a few times in my life. I don't have a license in Missouri. And so he said, oh my gosh, this is what's happening to me. He said, let's talk about a domestic issue. In the great state of Tennessee, there's a special election coming up in December in 1 week. A Democrat's running who her name is Afton Bain, and she's
Sorry, guys. Stuff's moving a little slow. God, I am in such the Christmas spirit, you guys. Like, especially now that the snow is on the ground.
While Hakeem Jeffries may deny his campaign solicited donations
What is going on here?
from Epstein, the problems of corruption in the Democrat Party run much deeper.
Little
First, there's
Hakeem.
retiring Illinois Congressman
Little
Chuy
Hakeem.
Garcia. He conveniently announced his retirement after Illinois' congressional
Little
filing
Hakeem
deadline,
Jeffries got
allowing his
donations
chief
from
of staff,
Jeffrey
Patty
Epstein. Oh my goodness, and he's trying to call
Garcia
all
to
of
be
us
the
evil.
only candidate
Yo,
on the
computer,
Democrat.
computer, chill out and fucking listen to me. When I pause you, you pause. You hear me, computer? Anyways, little Hakeem Jeffries. Little Hakeem Jeffries. You hear me? Yeah. Yeah, you're so perfect, aren't you? And you got money from a PDF file, you fucking idiot. Yeah. That's why no one likes you, Hakeem. You corrupt fucking dumbass.
Primary ballot. He was rebuked by the House for his shady secession plan.
There are certain politicians who are becoming more and more prominent who have a contempt for the average American. Now we see it happen in Congress, where a sitting U.S. congressman handpicks his successor, and of all successors, a staffer.
And then there's Florida Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, who was indicted on charges of allegedly stealing millions of dollars.
Sheila Sherfilis McCormick. Wow, what a name. Sheila Sherfilis McCormick.
And disaster relief funds. And of course, she blames racism.
It's an unjust indictment. I look forward to my day in court so I can prove myself and actually state the truth. But if this is what Congress is becoming, where they're always trying to intimidate you, scare tactics, especially attacking minorities, black and brown people, then we're going to have to keep fighting for the district.
And finally, AOC may be in some trouble.
Oh, for a fact, we're going to have to go ahead and build our own country. Like, at this point, we're so invaded. We just need to speak our own language, stick together, build our community, strengthen ourselves from within. So when something happens, we're ready. For sure.
The New York Post reports that the Congresswoman wrote an email pitch asking for donations to, quote, help us bring the joy of the holiday season into homes. But instead of the donations going to groups organizing turkey drives like she has in the past, donors are redirected to her campaign website. New York City Democrat Councilman Robert Holden told the Post, quote, "It's a typical bait and switch, pretending to be for the people while quietly pillaging them for every dollar they can get." Oh, there's so much here, Mr. David Webb, but I want to go to Congresswoman Sheila McCormick.
Do.
Okay, she said that this is all about her being a minority, and that's why they're coming after her for her alleged crimes of, stealing that FEMA money. What say you?
When caught, claim racism if you're a Democrat, especially if you're her. But here's what's interesting. The FBI and the DOJ put this out. It's not just her. It's her brother, Edwin McCormick, 51, who was also charged. They ran this through their family health care company on a FEMA-funded COVID-19 vaccination staffing contract in 2021.
So you're saying it's not because she's a black woman?
How do you get racism out of this? You don't get to this level of indictment, by the way, within the DOJ if it's done properly, not under a corrupt DOJ like, say, a Merrick Garland or otherwise, or under the Biden administration. You don't get to this level without good evidence when you do it right. And what I just read, what they did took deliberate actions. You have to, one, lie, cheat, create entity, create false monetary trails to pull off something like this, as alleged. I'll say that. But to get to that level and to take $5 million, hey, look, if you steal 500,000, if you steal 5 million, come on, that takes effort.
So what you're saying is this is not about racism, David. I'm glad that we cleared that one up. Kaylee, I want to talk a little bit about AOC here. She's spending a lot of time with the turkey drive, which I give her a lot of credit for. Listen, I don't care who you are. If you're raising money, you're helping people in need. I love that. But redirecting people to the campaign website, tisk, Congresswoman.
Seems a bit to me like she's gearing up for a national campaign if she's redirecting Thanksgiving donations to her own political campaign. Looks like she has a bigger picture in mind. I do want to talk about Representative Garcia for a moment here, because I do find the Democrats' outrage about what he did with his own chief of staff a bit ironic, since that's also what they did with Kamala Harris on a national level. They handpicked her without a primary, without the input of their own voters, to become the next Democratic candidate, and no one had a problem with it then. So he's just following suit. He's following that precedent, doing exactly what they did with her, and now they're going to pretend to be mad about it? Give me a break.
No kings. That's what I say. Jason, what do you make of all of that there? It seems like Democrats, they're running into some problems here. I loved Hakeem Jeffries off the top there, though. Why does he always talk like that, first of all? Like he is in a hostage video or a robot. But he didn't know Jeffrey Epstein. He only knows about the atrocities. But then we've got some receipts here that may say otherwise, trying to maybe solicit some donations from Epstein. I think these Epstein files are really going to come back to bite them in the butt.
Well, he said he had not spoken to Stacey Plaskett, the representative. And then later it came out and said, well, that was a private conversation I had with Representative Plaskett. We'll see what that turns out to be. But look, the Democrats have an ethical problem. Look at the mortgage fraud that's going on, the allegations of the mortgage fraud with Senator Schiff and others. Even Eric Swalwell is caught up in that as well. And again, allegations, but serious allegations. You can't go and do that and take advantage of your position in order to get favorable treatment on your mortgage and your taxes.
Hey, look, I don't know why you have a problem confusing father with husband. I mean, I don't get it, Jason. Letitia James.
Oh, but speaking of corruption, Hillary Clinton is back on the lecture circuit asking for more cash.
We are able to provide funding to candidates on behalf of causes, to try to elect people that are going to stand against this, tide of intolerance and cruelty and all that goes with it.
She is the Christmas fruitcake that just will not go away. But the funding went to Onward Together, Hillary's super PAC she founded after her 2016 election loss. And because her only other hobby besides grifting is whining about President Trump, she had to, of course, take a swipe at the president.
I wish that there could be like a huge national sound system. And we would all wake up and they'd say, attention, attention, we have found the problem and we have solved it. He is gone.
She's hilarious. This comes as Bill and Hillary may be held in contempt of Congress if they ignore their Epstein subpoena. All right, Kaylee, Hillary Clinton. I don't think that she has the pull in the Democrat Party that she thinks that she has, but she's always going to take the opportunity to do a paid speech or a lecture to the American people. She loves the spotlight. She's never going away.
And she can never get over her loss to Trump. So much of this goes back to that. She literally cannot get over it. But, you know, complaining about money, asking for more money. Listen, money is not Democrats' solve-all issue. Kamala Harris raised $1.5 billion and it did her campaign no good at all. She blew through all of it and has nothing to show for it. So constantly using these things as opportunities to raise more money, I guess it's really great if you're Bill and Hillary Clinton because it's going to enrich them personally. But it's not great just as a Democratic politician trying to get anything done.
Jason, how do you think that these Epstein conversations are going to go with Bill and Hillary? Do you think they show up? Do you think they're going to have to, you know, press them to show up? Or how do you think this is going to go down? I'm very curious.
Well, look, when I was in Congress, I issued subpoenas and wanted to have them show up. The problem was the only way to enforce that, as Trey Gowdy likes to highlight, your subpoena is only as good as your ability to enforce it. So we had to go to Eric Holder to try to enforce a subpoena. So, you know, good luck with that. But this time it's a little different.
Right.
Because now you have an attorney general in Pam Bondi who actually takes her job seriously and does it. And then the one to prosecute, if you don't adhere to that, is the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro. My guess is that Jeanine Pirro is not going to be bashful about it, helping Congress enforce its own subpoenas.
Yeah, I have a feeling you might be right about that one. David,
I'm smiling over that thought, by the way. Jeanine, I love that.
Yeah, how do you think this is going to shake out for them? And just the Democrats in general. I know we keep going back to the Epstein files, but they made this such a big ordeal, only in the last 9 months, of course. But they made it such a big deal, and I think there's going to be a lot of heavy hitters on the Democrat side because, as Congressman Pat Fallon said, he was a Democrat.
All right, guys, put a 1 in the chat if we should go over to the Sean Ryan Tucker Carlson interview because I really love that interview, and I want to do that. By the way, though, I just wanted to, I'm in the Christmas spirit, guys. Like, ever since it has became, like, about a month ago, I've just been in the Christmas spirit, like, complete Christmas spirit. I seriously am, like, for some reason, like, every single day singing to myself, especially when the snow finally hit the ground. When I woke my daughter up this morning, I was singing to her. I was like, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. I'm super in the holiday spirit, guys. This must be New York, right? That's so beautiful. This is just so beautiful. I am in the Christmas spirit. Who else is? Who else is in the holiday spirit? Like, who cannot be in the holiday spirit, guys? The holiday spirit is the best ever. Okay, guys, we're going to do it, but can we double tap the screen? We need to double tap the screen and get those likes up, guys. We just need 14 more double taps, and we'll be at 100,000, or we'll be at 50 likes. I don't know why I can't talk. But yeah, let's go with the Tucker Carlson, Sean Ryan interview, bro. I thought it was really interesting. Really enjoyed it, to be honest. I thought it was a super good interview. Tucker Carlson, I feel like, kind of blew Sean Ryan away with his ideologies and the way he thinks. Because Tucker Carlson's such, like, I love Tucker. Like, the way he thinks, the way he articulates himself, the way he's honest about his changing the way he was in the past and all this other stuff. Like, it's just, yeah. Bro, what are you guys doing in the chat? Christmas is, I love Christmas, bro. I'm in the holiday spirit. Thanksgiving's in a few days. We got the turkey. We got everything, bro. It's just such a good feeling, you know, to be like, the snow's here. I love seeing the smile on my kids' faces when I get them their presents. Like, it's just awesome.
You can't understand anything that's happening unless you understand that. I leaned out. Like, just like we were talking about this, I just had to lean out. I can't tell what's real anymore. We talked about that on your podcast. It just keeps getting fucking worse. And you know, I'm just looking for, you know, I'm just looking for something that I can have an impact on, and it's getting hard to find.
Well, you know, it's hard to gauge the impact of really anything because our timeline is totally distorted. And at least I'll speak.
I really would, anyone who's, like, I would really encourage everybody to go watch this interview fully, like, if we don't finish it today, because it is a good interview. Tucker, like, there's just a lot of great points that are brought up in this interview, and Tucker just completely smashes them and does great. And I just really enjoyed this interview.
For myself,
I might be having a girl over later, so you know what I'm saying? You guys get what I'm saying? I might be having a girl over later. Have a blessed day, Cloud Sugar. You stay healthy too, and happy Thanksgiving and Christmas to you. You're going to see me again. You know you'll see me again. D'Angelo just needs to come out and let us know where Gemini is. He just does.
Always think that if I say something that's true, it will have an immediate effect. And there is a kind of vanity to that. Like,
I'm going to go grab something by the way. I might roll up this stream, guys. I might roll up. Ugh. I usually don't roll up midstream, but usually I... Oh, have a good day, Sassy. You're leaving? Oh, that means a lot to me, Sassy. Thank you so much. Just the only chat that I follow. Thank you so much, Sassy. I hope you have a fantastic day. God bless you, and stay safe. And I look forward to seeing you in chat next time. I love you. Have a good day. I love my family on here, man. I usually don't roll up in stream midstream. Like, I usually don't smoke during stream because it makes me slower. But for some reason today, I need to smoke. I got too much stuff going on in my personal life. My baby mama, that before I got custody of my kids, she had a kid with another person, right? And now she just had another one not even a year later. And she just texted me thinking it's my problem. So I got to deal with a crazy baby mama. Got to deal with crazy family members. And it's the holidays, and I'm in the holiday spirit. I'm trying to stay in the Christmas spirit. So we're going to support... We're going to get into this interview by rolling up, vibing, and chilling together. Let's go.
can't anyone hear what I'm saying? Like, I already showed that's a lie. Like, why aren't you adjusting your behavior? And it's like, well, because I'm not God, actually. I'm not in charge of anything. I'm a podcaster, which is important to remember if you're me, because there is so much vanity.
By the way, I have my green card, so everybody chill out.
People are always like, oh, it's so important what you're doing. And it's like, really? If I was doing something useful, I guess we wouldn't be here, would we? And that is so frustrating that I opted. We had this long conversation, wonderful, which I wish was on tape because it was so deep. But I know.
Don't worry, everything on breakfast is recorded.
But no, I mean, I know the feeling so well. And you were saying, oh, I can't even deal with this. I don't want to deal with it. And I said, oh man, in June, after the United States government bombed the nuclear facilities to really no effect, let's be honest. I was so frustrated and disappointed and mad that people aren't listening to me. I kind of retreated, and I live in a place where you can retreat to our fishing camp, which I sincerely love, but really its signature quality is its remoteness. It's not near anything at all. And we did have Starlink put in a couple of years ago, so you could text from there. So like, why wouldn't you go there on all your off hours with your dogs and just like live alone in the woods? So I literally did that. And then in September, Charlie Kirk, who's my friend, was murdered. And with the encouragement of another friend of mine, I began to realize that what I was doing was totally self-indulgent, and we're not here to enjoy solitude in the woods or enjoy our fishing camp, the fruits of our labors. It's a very cheap fishing camp, but still, it's like so close to my heart and what I really love about this country and my life.
Who doesn't love fishing?
In the woods. So, but that's not why we're here. That's totally self-indulgent. Just because my deepest desire is not hookers and blow, I can
Anymore?
anymore. No, but I can tell myself, and I have literally said out loud to people around me, like,
anymore.
Really, my darkest sin is I like to sit, far away in the woods up near Canada with my dogs and fish and maybe have an occasional cigarette or whatever. But that's as naughty as I get. I've got nothing to apologize for.
Why do you say that's a big sin? That's your biggest sin?
Well, I would be joking. I would say, look, okay, yes, I do like, we had a family drama over Starlink. I don't want Starlink. But it was like, well, then no one knows where you are. And I'm like, well, right.
That's the fucking point.
Right, well, I did give in, which is a mixed blessing. But anyway, the point is, I would always say, the worst thing I want to do is retreat from the world into the woods and fish or hunt. I mean, those are truly my deepest desires. And I just always would joke and be like, you could have someone else in your family who's like in Vegas getting chlamydia, or there's me who just wants to go fishing for the week, or whatever.
God, Tucker Carlson is so damn funny, dude. So damn funny. Okay, so if I get 100, okay, so my highest donation ever was $100. So that's why I set the dono goal for $100. Because if someone breaks the dono goal, which is like over $100, I will take a 1 gram dabber. I don't have a dab machine, I don't think. I do around here somewhere. I don't know. I always lose my stuff. And I usually don't smoke on stream. Like, I literally usually do not smoke on stream. But today, I'm doing it. Usually you guys get the non-smoker me. But today I'm doing it. So don't judge me. Show some love and support. And if you smoke, smoke with me.
But what I realized was, yes, of course, fishing alone with your dogs is better than getting chlamydia, at the Spearmint Rhino. But both of them are retreating from your duty, especially if you're a middle-aged man who has, whatever. There's no reason for me not to do my best at this point. There's nothing in my path that prevents me from telling the truth. That I have an obligation to do that. That's why you're here. There's a mission. There is a mission for every man. And your job is to find out what it is and dutifully do it or attempt to do it. And do you see the fruits? Of course not. You don't. And maybe there aren't any fruits. And maybe you're wrong because you don't freaking know. You're just a man. You're totally on the wrong path sometimes and don't even know it. It's happened to me a million times. But you have to try. And it can't just be, as I always would say to people close to me, it's not all blowjobs and French toast, man. Like, there's a part where you have to work. No, that's the dream, right? Blowjobs and French toast,
Oh man, I mean, I don't know, Tucker. I have like this huge internal battle going on right now.
I get it.
It's again, we talked. We should probably stop having breakfast from now on and just do the actual interview here. But I'm not going to quit. But I go back and forth. I mean, there's so much. Yes, there's a lot of positives, and you talk to a lot of cool people, and I get got to know you, and I'm very thankful for everything. But I think about I got a large property about 45 minutes south of here, and lots of acreage, middle of nowhere, very, very inexpensive property that I've owned since I moved here.
Those are the best. Inexpensive rural property.
It's a little bitty fucking hunt cabin that's you wouldn't want to bring a woman there unless my wife.
Those are the best kind.
But we used to go before all this shit happened. We used to go down there and just escape. Well, we wanted to escape all the way back then.
Yeah, godlike.
And we don't have time to do that anymore. And like I went down there last weekend and to actually like just get out of here, even though I live in the woods. That's farther in the woods. And I just fucking got down there, man. And I was like, it made me sad. Like I was like, Katie and I used to come down here all the time.
Yep.
Not talk to anybody. No cell reception. No internet. No nothing. Like no jets flying over. No chemtrails. No noise. Nothing. Just solitude, nature, and a couple of people cooking meth across the street. But it just made me sad, man. And like I think about it now, and I'm like, those were like better times.
Oh yeah.
And now I've built this business and fame is set in. And
bro, I get okay. So what he's about to say is like fame is set in, and like I'm getting used to it, and I miss the old times. But bro, you asked for that. Like you wanted it. Like it's like me. Like once we get to the point where I'm at the point where I want to be, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, well, I miss the old times where it was more simpler. Bro, I don't miss the days where we had we have water, we have heat and stuff now. Like we're doing good. But I mean, bro, I came from it, bro. Like I came from fucking dealing with it. You know what I'm saying? So once I get to that point where I want to be, I ain't looking back and being like, oh, I miss that shit. I miss some stuff, but bro, I'm going to get to the point where I'm at so I can buy a log cabin by the woods and have nobody there. And you know what I mean?
it's You know, when you're building this shit, you sure as hell don't think you're going to look back on the times that you were, before you even thought about building it, and go, those were simpler, better times. It makes me fucking sad.
You can always be sure you look backward and consider time that has passed simpler and better. That's just the nature of life. You always look back. I look back on the 80s and I'm like, damn, I corresponded with my girlfriend by letter. You know, how great that was. I just think that's the way people are. But I think of it this way. It's like, and I think that's not just of myself, but of everyone around me. The more blessed you are, the deeper your obligation. That's just true. The point of leadership is to
Okay, so
protect
while I'm smoking, we have to check this out because apparently, wait, what just happened? Apparently, something just happened that I have to look at while I'm smoking because since I'm smoking, it's kind of relevant. Who subbed? Thank you to Shopping for the subscription. Appreciate you. All right, we gotta look something up. Okay, apparently something happened, and since I'm smoking, we have to watch it. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just in St. Paul.
Minnesota lawmakers, business owners, and advocates are speaking out against President Trump's federal hemp ban that passed as part of the bill to end the government shutdown. U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar says it passed in the middle of the night with no debate and will be painful for the Minnesota industry. Klobuchar said hemp products alone brought in $16 million of state tax revenue through September, and this amendment is a year period before it takes effect. It could lose 2,700 jobs. The Minnesota Democrat says the ban on hemp-based THC products doesn't go into effect for a year, and she and her colleagues will be working to reverse it.
But is it just in Minnesota? 'Cause I'm smoking right now, bro, and I'm telling you what, I'm not stopping smoking ever. Bro, you guys are about to get the me that's smoked. Usually you guys get the sober me. Now you're about to get the high me. Yeah.
People you lead. I don't believe in a flat society. I'm not a populist in any way. I believe that no structure, beginning with the family, works without leadership. And so I think a lot about what is leadership, and leadership is sacrifice. And so the more you've been given, the deeper your responsibility to sacrifice for others. I really believe that. And that's obvious when you're working hard toward a goal. You know, I'm putting everything into what I'm striving to achieve. You know, I'm fighting my way up. The problem for men, and so few men actually achieve this that it's almost never talked about. The problem for men is getting what you want. The problem is winning. That's what destroys you. The fight doesn't, I mean, you've been in real fights, obviously. Like real fights, I happen to know. Not just with others, but with yourself. And you prevailed. That's way easier than winning. Winning is what destroys you. David was not intimidated when he picked up the stone against Goliath and then ran up and beheaded him. The problem set in when he sees this girl and he's like, I could bang her. I'm king. He destroys himself. That is the template for the way that men are.
Yep.
And no one tells you that because, again, there are so few people who actually get what they want.
Chase your dreams
instead of support
chasing.
Group for people
so
who
basically,
won.
chase your dreams instead of chasing women.
But I know a lot of them. I know that you do too. And a consistent theme in every story is the second I got what I wanted, I could feel myself starting to self-destruct and lose confidence and faith in myself and my mission and all that stuff. And that's one of the gifts that we get, I think, as people, if we pay attention, is the humility that comes from failing. Like every time I've thought I've won and I'm like, get cynical and decadent and like, yeah, I'm in charge now. Then I get fired, humiliated again. And then I look back and I'm like, oh, thank you, God, for humiliating me because it restores a sense of purpose and takes me down from hubris to reality, et cetera, et cetera. But underneath it all is the fact that the more you've been given, the greater your obligation to others. And as I said, as I told you in great detail at breakfast, I'm not going to bore your listeners, but I just went through this where I was like, fuck this. Like, go wreck your society. I'm out. I'm going to do my interviews and like, but I'm not getting involved in this process because it's hopelessly broken and like, I can only be frustrated by it. I can have no material effect and I'm just out and I've got a million interests. I have a huge family who I am very engaged with and like, I'm just going to tend to their needs and I'm not going to participate in anything beyond my world. And then a really close and honest friend of mine wrote me this very long letter the day Charlie was killed. And I was like, actually, and it was very nice. It wasn't scolding, but it was actually corrective in that he said, you are self-indulgent, which I am. I'm totally self-indulgent. I know that about myself, of course, and it's obvious, but you are being self-indulgent and you have a moral obligation.
It's not fully legal in North Dakota either, but I have my medical card. So, in case you're wondering.
Do everything you can.
And we're all, speaking to Tucker, we're all self-indulgent, like all of us. We all want to self-indulge in something.
knowledge, it mostly won't work. It doesn't matter whether you live to see its fruits. You are obligated to try to help in some way. And I was like, of course I showed it to my wife. I was like, God is speaking through him. You need to pay attention. I was like, you're right. You're totally right. So that conversation, which was, well, it was September 11th, I happen to know, when I called him to thank him for this letter, that totally changed my attitude. And I'm just so grateful to have friends who are will take the time to be honest with me about my faults. And people I really try. I'm not, take a lot of criticism. I don't give a shit. But like for the 30 people whose opinions I care about, some of them are really willing to take the time to be honest with me. And I needed to hear that. And I've been in a good mood ever since, despite, we've had a lot of drama in my life and my family since September 11th. It's only been a little over 2 months, but it's like a different world. And since Charlie was murdered, but I've never stopped being cheerful and hopeful because I know that there's a mission way beyond me. And I don't know its outlines. I don't know everything about the mission. I have no secret knowledge, but I can feel very strongly that my job is to tell the truth to the extent that I can and that I'm able to see it, which is imperfectly. But I know its outlines sometimes, and I have an obligation to say what they are, no matter what the cost to me. And that is such a liberating feeling.
It's hard to, I don't know, man. I just look at all the we were talking about this earlier too, but
and pay attention. I'm telling you, like Sean Ryan really listens to Tucker this interview. And I feel like Tucker hits his heart in this interview for sure.
You think that
we're definitely not going to get through the whole interview today, but we'll get through a lot of it.
As what you become and what you built, that you have an impact. And
I feel like watching this interview is necessary, especially for the community, because Tucker explains perfectly how everything is happening, and he also expresses it in how we all feel, if that makes sense. And I feel like it's very necessary to watch and listen to what Tucker says this interview. I keep thinking that.
But do you? We've called
do
so
any
many
of
things
us.
out
I mean,
on the show, and
I hate to quote Conan O'Brien, but one of my favorite observations comes from him. In the end, every grave goes unvisited. I live directly across from. I see my parents' graves from my kitchen, and so I visit my parents' graves a lot and think about them and really love them. Blessed to have them as parents. But I'll be buried next to them. But I think a lot. I'm like, in the end, like this will be a subdivision or whatever. Or who knows what it'll be? Nuclear wasteland. I mean, we don't know the future, and we can be certain that we will be forgotten and that all of our efforts will be unrecognized by other people. But that doesn't mean that we don't have an obligation in the present to try our best, to do our best. And I think that everyone has different callings. Of course, everyone has different callings. But I feel strongly that my calling is to tell the truth with the knowledge that most of the time it's fruitless, or if it bears fruit, I won't see it. It's planting an oak tree. Like, you're not going to see it become an oak, but you plant it anyway because that's your duty. And I didn't serve in the military, and I didn't grow up in a duty-oriented society. I grew up in rich person world where, but so this is something that I have come to believe more than I used to believe. But you do have a duty. You are here for a reason, all of us, and we're all acting in concert, either for good or for evil. And I think the lines are really, really clear. And as I said at the outset, I think the battle is a spiritual one, which is not to say there aren't like material consequences or it's not flesh and blood people. They are, but all of us are being acted on at all times by forces that we can't see. It's a fact. I know that. I've seen it a lot. And how do we know the difference? Well, it's hard to tell sometimes. And I have been lured by evil a million times, and it will happen again. But one of the ways we know is by the way people behave. And good, God, is characterized by love and acceptance and concern and empathy, period. And his opponents are characterized by hate. And so when we allow ourselves to get lured into hating, we are serving the people we oppose. Evil becomes stronger with hate. And
and you look at the division in America and the way that we hate each other, or we have hate in our hearts, you know what I'm saying? You can see it. He's explaining right now everything going on, and he explains, just listen.
I have learned this from watching really carefully and been involved in a lot of battles, rhetorical battles in my life. And I have noticed that the goal of people serving evil is to make you a hater. They call you what they want you to be. And as someone who has been called many names over many years and been confused by it because I'm very literal, like, I'm actually not a racist. Actually, I'm not a racist. And if I was, I would just admit it, but I'm not. I've said that like 1,000 times. Nobody cares. They keep calling you it. So why do they call you that? Because they think you are? Kind of obvious that I'm actually not, and they know that. No, because they want you to become that. That's what they want you to be. You're a Nazi. And I'm like, a Nazi? No, I'm very anti-Nazi, actually. Why are they saying that about me? Why not just note the obvious about me? You're, well, self-indulgent or overweight or whatever, the things I really am. Why not criticize me on the basis of like my obvious faults, reality? I mean, that's what I do. And you're trying to needle someone, you're like, oh, and it's true. And that makes, you call the fat girl fat. Why are they calling me something I'm not? And I'm obviously not. Because they want me to become that. Now, why would people who claim to hate Nazis want you to become a Nazi? That doesn't make any sense.
Because then it would make radicalized people like, allegedly Tyler Robinson or Thomas Crooks or people who get radicalized to want to do something to you, allegedly.
Because it's a spiritual principle. Hate makes evil stronger. They want to destroy you by turning your heart dark. That is the truth. And they feed on that. It makes them strong when you hate them. This is not a political principle. This is a spiritual principle. And I have seen it in action so many times that I've become totally convicted of it. I mean, I've lived this. And so I have resolved, I don't care what people who disagree with me do to me. I don't care. I'm not going to hate them. Partly because I despise them so much, I refuse to hate them. Because, no, that I'm half joking, but no, it's like I disagree so much that I'm not going to give you what you want, which is for me to make you the center of my world by hating you. I'm not going to do that. And I'm not going to give you the spiritual power that comes from hate, because I see what happens. I have seen it. I have literally been, the only thing I've done in my life is watch things. I've watched a lot of things in a lot of different places around the world. And I haven't learned that much, but a few things I've learned. And one is when evil convinces you to hate it, evil becomes stronger. And the only kryptonite, the only thing you can employ to make it less strong is love and its many cousins. Amusement, cheerfulness, laughing in the face of evil diminishes evil. So you're never going to get me to play that game. Nazi, no, you're the Nazi, fuck you! Never doing that. I'm never going to do that, both for my own sake and because that's the path to defeat.
Do you guys hear how articulated he is being and how, 100 that is? Taking the high road like that, making all these people out here that are shitting on him look stupid. Bro. Wow.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. I mean, it does. Makes a lot of sense.
Shout out Afghanistan.
It's been a very weird journey for me.
Yeah, you think? Don't you love that, though? Like, would a teenage you have guessed where you'd be now?
5 years ago, I would have.
I want to be a podcast.
Yeah. But I don't, I've been thankful. I'm also sad. And I've never been this close to government ever. I mean, I worked in government, but it was very compartmentalized,
Very
and very focused on certain aspects. So I didn't have time to or access. Everybody thinks, oh, you got all this access. You don't have any fucking access.
Of course not.
But after doing this and a lot of these interviews, and dude, it's just so fucking dark, man. It's I don't know. It makes me wonder, are we here for a bigger purpose, or is our purpose just to, you said lead by sacrifice. I think lead by example. Just set the fucking good example, and just be a good person.
But that is where you make the sacrifice of not fighting back, the sacrifice of, not doing this from that because they do this, or you know what I'm saying? Like, you sacrifice a lot setting the example. Don't go out to drink. Don't, do drugs. Don't be promiscuous, right?
What is it? Attraction works a lot better than promotion.
Definitely.
And that's what my wife tells me. But
there's a cost to that. That's what I would say the main thing that I have learned, having been around, the same world that I'm around now. I've been around since I was a child, and it slowly dawned on me how rotten it was. And so the main pitfall for me is being shocked by everything. I'm like, I can't believe how bad this is. I can't believe how corrupt this institution is. These people are. I can't believe how dark it is. I must say that 100 times. I can't believe it. And then occasionally I'll hear myself and I'll be like, you become the I can't believe it guy? Really? Are you shocked again? Like, how many times, this is Lucy in the football. Like, how often are you going to be shocked by what you already know, by what you've stated out loud 1,000 times? So if you keep doing the same thing to me and I keep refusing to believe you're going to do it, and if I find myself shocked every time when you do it, who's the asshole?
I don't know. I mean, I think when you say it, you know what I mean? That you like when you say, I can't believe, I think that I think the reason that happens is there's still a glimmer of hope in your mind that it actually is not as fucking bad as it appears to be.
Of course it is.
You know, and then every time you go down the rabbit hole more and more and more.
We dropped atom bombs on civilians and celebrated it. Oh, it was so important we do that. Really? To incinerate a bunch of kids? Like, if you say it's important to beat the Imperial Japanese Army or replace the government with a friendly government, of course. But if you're celebrating the incineration of children, then you're evil. And all of us were, including me. So, like, it's just important to recognize that and just be like, wow, we made a huge mistake. But people who refuse to acknowledge the mistake and continue to behave like that was a virtue are serving evil. That's just what it is. Like, that's the whole project is. Like, and they'll employ any lie to get you not to. You hate the United States. I hate the United States? I don't think I do. No, give my life for the country in a second. I feel like we're actually in the process of doing that, giving over things that we love because we care about this land and its people because this is where we're from. You're not going to get me off the track, but you're also not going to get me to lie. So what happens if you decide I'm just going to tell the truth? You have to tell the whole.
Dude, this guy just straight off goes on these tangents, but he is like spitting facts. It's just crazy. Like listening to it again, like after smoking. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of like he's even more based than I thought the first time. This interview is great.
Truth about everything all the time. You're not required to do that. But I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna tell the truth. We're definitely gonna get killed if you keep doing that because. Whether it's physically or in some way, you are going to suffer. And that's the whole story. That's the story of Jesus. That's the story of his disciples. Maybe every one of whom was murdered in the end. Why? Because they were hurting people or stealing from the poor? No, because they were telling the truth. So we already know that. So I don't know why every single time, I get attacked or I see people unfairly attacked for doing the right thing and telling the truth. And every single time I'm like, I can't, this is shocking. It's like, really? I guess I didn't really believe anything I said. Because there's nothing shocking about it. It's the most predictable. I remember going on Fox and writing the script and something, I can't even remember, could be anything, but I was like, it's kind of weird that all the people who lied are getting presidential medals of freedom and consulting contracts at BlackRock, and all the people who told the truth are headed to jail. We're punishing the honest. I remember being like totally out. I mean, this was like 10 years ago I said this. And yet every single time I've seen it in the subsequent decade, I've been every bit as shocked. And I just think, no, it's time to acknowledge what's totally real. Charlie Kirk got murdered. No one was more shocked than I was. He and I had just talked about the possibility of me getting murdered. Oh, I'm not worried about that. I said, and then he gets murdered. And I was so shocked and of course upset because of him specifically dying, but shocked that someone could get killed who didn't do anything wrong. He just told the truth. And he was increasingly telling more of the truth, which is exactly why he was murdered, obviously. But I remember being shocked at that. I was like, no. And I talked to our staff about it, and we've had some real drama in our lives. We were totally shocked by it. And similar, people trying to kill you. And I remember finally concluding and saying to them, and they agreed, it's like, what did you think this was? That's what this is. That's what our lives are. That's what everyone's life is. And we've gotten to the point where you can't opt out. You can't just say, I'm going to my fishing camp with the spaniels. I tried. There is no opting out. And anyway, and people can reach different conclusions about what their role is, and I think everyone has a different role. Not everyone has the same role at all.
Dude, he just goes
Not
off
everyone
on,
has the same
when's
destiny
the
on
last
it.
time Sean Ryan spoke, bro? Like, seriously? Like, he's just still going.
But we're all going to have to face that choice because it's not up to us. That's the nature of life. So I don't care what happens. I am resolving, I'm not going to be shocked by it. And the extent to which you're shocked is the extent to which you didn't really believe what you were saying before. And now, finally, after all these years at 56, I really believe that what we're seeing is what we always thought we would see. Does that make sense?
It does. It does make sense.
You can't shirk it.
You've been in it for a lot longer. You've been in it for a long time. You've been close.
Yeah, but I didn't see it. I mean, and I've been so attacked. Like, how could you have not known that this person was doing?
What is it, though? Is he just talking about what wrong people did up in the power?
This or in my own family, even especially. Oh, you're lying. It's like, I don't know what to tell you. The human mind is amazing. The number of things. I mean, I've smoked a lot of cigarettes and thought to myself, this is bad for you. That's bullshit. It's like, oh, whatever, And like, we have the capacity for self-deception that really is without parallel. Like, it's incredible what we can ignore. And I've done my share for sure, but and I'm not being defensive about it. I just think that's how people are. It's certainly how I am. I'm very good at lying to myself, but
No, Cole Olds, I don't play that stuff. Like, you just don't talk about the dead like that. Like, there's what you put in is what you get out, and I'm not allowing that in my chat because at the end of the day, like, you just, spiritually, no.
especially about people I like and about myself. And, we're just good at deceiving ourselves. But
Especially
Once
talking about him right that when he's spitting, instead of saying that, he should be listening to what this guy says. Because listening to this interview with how he talks about stuff like this, all of you should pay attention to what he's saying. That's how I feel. And if you're gonna say that, that's just wild. So you can get out of here.
It's only been in the last 10 years. I was like, wow, I can't believe that all this stuff was, I can't believe it. All this stuff is going on. And then I'm transitioning into the next phase, which is, it's okay. We were promised this. We're getting it. I'm so grateful really to be living in a time where I think there's less self-deception. I think people are being forced to acknowledge, not hysterical, but being forced to think about, you know, like, why am I here? And what is this? And what do I care about? What do I actually believe as distinct from what I profess? They're not the same. And I think there's like amazing clarity. And there's, of course, a great sorting going on, which you and I have talked about off camera for sure, maybe on camera. But the beauty of, you know, you lose so many friends. I've lost, you know, most of my friends. But the ones I've kept are real friends. And they're just people I respect immensely. And then I've made all these new relationships. Like I pride myself in having no new friendships. Like I have no new friendships, you know. I married my high school girlfriend. Like I'm very much old school that way, the most. But it's also true that in the past 5 or 10 years, I've met all these people I trust, care about, listen to, whose opinions I really listen to and that affect me. I allow their opinions to affect me, which is the sign of real friendship. You know, I let you critique me and I'll hear it. And I have a bunch of people I feel that way about. How great is that? So I lost a lot of, you know, acquaintanceships and I gained some real friendships. How's that not a massive win? It is a massive win.
That's awesome.
Do you feel that? It's not about the amount of people you have around you. It's about the quality of the people you have around you. Quality over quantity.
No.
You will. I think you will. Your problem is this is so fast.
I'm extremely guarded. I've been fucked over a lot.
Yep.
Been lied to a lot. And it's really, really, really fucking hard to gain my trust.
I get it. I get it. I get it. But the trajectory of your life has been so radical and abrupt. Like go from, you know, the height of one world, you know, like military, you got to the height, obviously, the most famous part of the military, succeed in that. And then you completely change careers. Like it couldn't be more different from what you did before. And then out of
We're gonna move to this part, guys.
This is my perspective. I'm not banging the hooker in my room. Sorry, I don't drink. I mean, it's like kind of hard to blackmail me. I like to think it's impossible. Maybe they could find a way. Out of like who you work for, being like, you know, we should really take a look at this. Wittingly, I don't even know the answer, but a lot, I can think of a bunch of them where you have someone like who you work for being like, you know, we should really take a look at this. This guy's bad. Let's, you know, okay. You know, when I was young, living in Washington, I was used all the time and had no idea. I literally had it never even occurred to me.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of my resentment as a middle-aged man comes from that. And I think a lot about it. And I'm not going to blame the people who did it because that's who they are. But I definitely participated in a lot of stuff without my knowledge that was much more strategic than I ever guessed. You're sitting in a meeting, you know, we should really do this. Okay, I'll do it. And
So
you
he's
wind
like
up doing it.
literally
And then
admitting, you know, he admits he was a puppet for the narrative, basically. You guys hear that?
ultimately became inconsistent with my
Bro,
instincts
he's keeping it real, this interview, I'm telling you. Listen to what he's saying.
and my conscience. And I was like, this is bad. I'm not quite sure how. But then you look back and you're like, oh my gosh. And now, of course, my whole life is, you know, I don't understand anything really, but you see glimpses of a lot of different things every single day. Well, you should go here and talk to so-and-so. And like, what is this exactly? And if you're busy, you don't ask yourself enough, what is this? I mean, I think that happens to me every single day because my text is public. So everyone has my text. Everybody has my text. I've had the same number for 30 years. I'm not changing it. I just refuse. I'm not
Should we
afraid
call
of people.
Tucker Carlson right now?
And so I get hundreds and hundreds of texts every day. Some people I know, most people I do know. And, you know, some of them are totally straightforward and people I trust, and a lot of them aren't. And sometimes I don't care what plot you're hatching. I want to do this thing because I have my own agenda, which is to shed light on something that isn't well known enough. This is my perspective, and I'm going to do it. I don't care whether it fits into your plans or not. I'm doing it. I've done a lot of interviews, and traveled to a lot of countries with that in mind. But yeah, there are tons of people trying to suborn you and make you part of their agenda. And mostly it's not blackmail. I've never been blackmailed in my life. No one's ever suggested that. I'm not banging the hooker in my room. Sorry, I don't drink. I mean, it's like kind of hard to blackmail me. I like to think it's impossible. Maybe they could find a way, but that's not how it happens for most people. But then there's another element, which I'm thinking a lot about, which I don't really understand, but I know is real, where people fall under a kind of spell.
Mm-hmm.
And people you know to be rational, Mike Huckabee is one of them. We're talking this at breakfast because I'm obsessed with it, because I know Mike Huckabee so well. I was at the newspaper in Arkansas over 30 years ago, and I knew him then. I wound up at Fox News with him decades later. I worked with him. I knew him then. I always liked Mike Huckabee. I like him now. Mike Huckabee is not a bad person. He's very money-oriented, which is a weakness for anybody, of course. So there's that, but that's not unusual. He's not a bad person at all. Mike Huckabee's a nice man. But Mike Huckabee has participated in things that are just objectively evil, in my opinion. And how did that happen? Because Mike Huckabee woke up and decided he wanted to do something evil? No, I know Mike Huckabee. He doesn't feel that way at all. He's a decent man. I watch Huckabee, and because I do know him, I marvel at it. He has fallen under some sort of spell. I do think it's supernatural. I know a number of people like that. I'm calling him out by name because he's been involved in something recently that's like so shocking to me that I can't even believe he participated in something like that. But
I said we wouldn't be shocked anymore.
Exactly. We wouldn't be shocked anymore. So everything that I have learned comes from like sitting in my sauna trying to figure out obvious things. Complex things are very easy to understand. Simple things right in front of your face are the great mysteries. And when you know people and you have a fairly good sense of their character and their, what they're, the kind of things they'd be willing to do, what their goals are. I think Mike Huckabee's goal is to spread the gospel of Jesus, and I think that about him. I do. I think a lot of Mike Huckabee. How could a man like that wind up doing the things that he's been doing? Not creepy personal things, nothing like that, but like promoting things that are like obviously evil, like the murder of kids. Like, how could you do that?
That's crazy.
Well, he couldn't do that. He would never do that. He's doing it because he is under some kind of spell. He has no idea he's doing it.
Right. You guys, yeah. He's saying he knows him personally. He doesn't want to do it, but there's something making him do it. That's exactly what he's saying.
And I just explained a time in my life where I was under a kind of spell. It never even occurred to me. I worked for Bill Kristol at the time. That Bill Kristol, my editor, my boss, who gave me this job, was like hilarious in meetings that he could really be working tirelessly on an agenda that was like totally anti-Christian. How could that ever be? That what Bill Kristol really hates is Christianity. That never occurred to me. And he wanted to stamp out nationalism and, public displays of loyalty to Jesus. Like, he hated that. I did not get that at all. It never occurred, never entered my brain one time. So I was under a spell myself. So I'm not even judging. I'm just saying people fall into this way of thinking that is so clear to me, influenced by supernatural forces, where they are blinded. And the entire Bible, from beginning to end, is the story of people who can't see things right in front of them. They just can't. It's happening right there. So all this evidence, it's overwhelming. They can touch it.
Like they said, people who don't know and they want to debate, tell you that, you're wrong. It's like, the evidence is out to 100% of people. You can look everything up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have the power of the internet. So it is,
Smell it, feel it, but they cannot acknowledge its reality. And so anyway, that's part of it. People are engaged in these projects that are just like totally anti-human, and they think they're on the right side. They really believe it. So I would just say, like, the analysis of that I read on the internet, I try to not read the internet, but you read it and you're like, people of good faith are like, wow, that person's clearly getting a payoff. Or
all right, for the person that said, what Mike Huckabee do? I don't know. I Googled it. I said Mike Huckabee scandal. The most recent controversy involving Mike Huckabee is under an undisclosed meeting in July 2025 with Jonathan Pollard, a former U.S. Navy intelligence analyst convicted of spying on Israel. The meeting, which occurred at the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, reportedly alarmed U.S. intelligence officials that the White House was unaware of it in advance. I don't know, whatever the fuck that means. He's currently serving as a U.S. ambassador for Israel since April 2025. I don't know.
They've got videotape of him banging a dog or whatever. They come up with these ideas. You know what I mean? They're compromised. And I think because I know so many of the people they're talking about, I'm like, yeah, in some Lindsey Graham, like, okay, I believe that. Like, what is that? But there are a million other people who I'm like, I don't think there's videotape of them doing anything wrong. I don't think they're taking money for this. I think they really believe they're doing the right thing. And that's more upsetting to me because it's more subtle and it's more profound than just blackmail. Does that make sense?
Shit, it does make sense.
And looking back on your life, I mean, it's hard for any of us to look back on our lives without feeling very complicated feelings, but do you detect any moments where like you were involved in something and you never even paused to ask, like, what is this? Why am I participating in this? It never even dawned on you.
I mean, I think you just have to, I mean, when I started doing this, there's all kinds of, I've got
Bro,
all
I
kinds
feel
of
like Tucker
incriminating
Carlson really got into Sean Ryan's mind in this interview. I'm not gonna lie, like straight up.
shit out there. Tons of it. Tons of it. You know, but and I'm aware of it. And I know it was fucked up, that what I did.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm not,
but did you know it at the time?
Reconciliation. Yeah, I knew it was fucked up at the time. Not all of it, but yeah, the majority of it. Like, I mean, I didn't fall into any honeypots. I didn't need a honeypot.
But that's the point. That's
ready
too
to do it
obvious.
again
That's too
myself.
obvious. They're never going to get you with the Russian hooker because everyone's on guard against the Russian hooker.
They didn't need to do anything to
Exactly.
get me to fall into anything because I was already doing it all. And there's this thing, you know, called reconciliation, confession, whatever you want to call
Yeah.
it. You know, you come clean and you fucking own it. You know, Jocko calls it extreme ownership, right? But I mean, it's taking ownership of your fuck ups, and like you cannot be afraid of that. And I tend to think that people are very forgiving, and so I don't know, you know, when we talk about
Yes, they
shit
are.
like
They
the
are
Epstein
forgiving.
and all of this stuff, right? Like when we talk about all of these things and all of the blackmail and stuff, it's like, just come clean, man. Just.
I know, because it's like we're all citizens out here in the United States. Like, what is really going on? You know, thinking like, what do you have behind you? Are you guys all criminals, or is it like, you know? And it's just, yeah.
I've made this argument
Just get
a
ahead of
million
it.
times. Everyone wants to believe in our institutions. I certainly feel that way, as disappointed and angry as I am about the failure of every institution. I really want to believe in the institutions. You know, I really, really do. I mean that. And all it takes to restore a relationship with a person or an institution is honesty and repentance. That's it. It's like not hard. People are so forgiving. I totally agree with that. All of us want to forgive. There's nothing better than the prodigal son. Like, he's gone. Fuck that guy. He took all the money and left. He's, you know, in whorehouses in Babylon, but now he's here. It's all forgiven. We're so excited for you. We're throwing a huge party for you. All of us feel that way. And so I don't think it's hard. Or it's hard, but it's not complicated, and it's so worth it to say, I was completely wrong. I'll be wrong again. I'm going to try my best. Maybe sometimes I won't try my best, but just be honest. I think that's liberation. That's the only liberation, actually.
It's freeing. Like, I mean,
yeah. What other liberation is there?
I just.
Bruh, I got Milk 7-4 on the internet, on Instagram, trying to message me after he asked for an interview. He was calling us midstream last stream, and I obviously denied it. And it's like, bro, you're calling me out for an interview. What the fuck are you hitting me up for an interview for? If I'm losing, why you hit me up for an interview? Bro, because you broke. Shut the fuck up, okay? Stop it. I will put it right here. I'm done talking about you. I had to explain it the other day. Okay? So just chill. At the end of the day, bro, relax. You the one that hit me up for no reason. And you got 150K subs, bro. And you in LA. You got way more opportunities than me. I'm all the way up in North Dakota.
Does voting matter anymore?
I don't know.
I
don't know whether voting
me
matters.
so much.
Voting,
like,
I typically don't think voting matters at all.
Look
Like
at-
Candace Owens said, everything happens in a like a meeting room, in a boardroom, whatever.
back. I mean, we didn't really have much of a fucking option here, but I mean, we slowly thought. But it is, nothing I voted for happened. What about you? Are you happy with anything?
Oh, I'm happy with so much.
It's going on.
Of course not. No,
politics.
it's just a nightmare of depravity and corruption in general in the world. But what you expect? I am so struck by, you know, I'm not a TV watch, but there's the only really famous Seinfeld episode is Opposite Day.
Seinfeld, bro. I remember watching that shit when I was a kid.
Something bad somewhere. You missed this, but there's this famous episode of the sitcom Seinfeld where one of the characters decides to do everything the opposite that day and gets like results he didn't expect. It works. And I just feel like that is the lesson of everything. That's the lesson of life. That's the Beatitudes. The first will be last. The meek shall inherit the earth. What's that? It's the opposite of what you think. Jesus says, I'm going to build my church on this rock. Peter, who's just betrayed him 3 times to a girl. Rock? That's like Jello. It's the opposite. If you're going to build a church, you build it on the strongest man. He builds it on the weakest man. And everything in our life points to the same truth. It's the opposite of what you expect every freaking time. I mean, I've been denounced this week by like 20 people. You know, big accommodation, big reward. All this will be yours. And I can say from firsthand knowledge that that is not a good trade
good part right
at
here.
all. And those people are tormented. They're in hell on earth. And I'm not guessing at all about that. And it's really sad. They're captives. They're absolutely captives, and you can tell who's free. You can.
You feel bad for them?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Why? They fucking sold
they're
us out.
living in hell because they're in bondage.
They sold you out. They sold your
Oh, I've
kids
certainly
out.
been
They
sold out a
your
million
They
times.
sold your
Oh.
wife out. They sold all your friends out. They sold the whole fucking country.
Listen to what he says right here, bro. Dude, I'm telling you, I love Tucker, bro. Listen to what he says. He completely just wrecks everyone that's hating on him, bro, and everybody else.
Worse, and
that is controlled by you know who.
You feel bad for them.
Because imagine being that man. You know, the person you feel sorriest for in the whole New Testament is Peter. Jesus is like, you're gonna imagine. Okay, so the family that I grew up in, which was not, conventional at all, but we had a very simple moral code in my family. Very simple. The most simple was the mafia code. Some things were discouraged but allowed.
Knowing who his dad was, him saying the mafia code, that is not surprising. But bro, imagine living like his childhood. That'd be crazy.
You wind up banging your assistant. Don't do that, but things happen. You cheat on your taxes. Okay, don't get caught. Betray people you love who love you. That's it. That is not acceptable in any way. Betrayal of someone you love is the worst thing you could ever do. True betrayal. Denial of a person you love. And that was just beaten into us. I mean, we never even questioned that. That was the center of our family, that belief. You never betray. If I remember my father saying, don't commit a triple murder, but if you ever do, call me, we'll get you to Bolivia, or whatever. And it was just it couldn't have been clearer. So then you read the New Testament, it's like Jesus is to Peter, his guy who loves him more than anyone loves him. And Jesus loves Peter most. And he's like, you're going to betray me 3 times. Betray you? Yes. And then Peter does it to a girl. This little girl is like, don't you know him? And Peter's like, I never seen the guy before. And I remember the first time I read that, I was like, you are disgusting. You betrayed your friend? In my mind, I think whenever I see someone do something bad, I'm like, yeah, I'm so glad I didn't do that, but I know I could do anything. I'm just being honest. I don't trust myself. I would never betray someone I love. I've never done it. I never would do it. And then you see that, and you're just like, imagine living with that. Imagine betraying somebody. I mean, I've been denounced this week.
Olds, are you talking to me?
20 people I've helped.
Are you talking to me, Cole Olds? Bro, man.
And you sort of toggle, in a couple cases, really helped.
That's much love for you.
You toggle back and forth in your head between being outraged, how could you, all the things I did for you. I had you on my show. I helped you in your divorce or whatever it is. In the case of one guy, I sold your schlocky books because I felt sorry for you. And now you're calling me a Nazi. And you're like, oh, I'm so mad. And then really, I mean this. I'm not just saying it. I really ended up feeling like, oh, how'd you like to be that guy?
Here we go. Listen, right here. Listen to this.
How would you like to be that guy? Like, your wife knows. Your wife is, she's never gonna.
Beta. He's calling everybody beta. All you guys are beta males. That's what he's trying to say.
Enjoy sex with you again. You know, a woman can't respect a man like that. Losing the respect of your wife? Oh, man. Ooh. Ooh. It's your wife's pissed at you that, you know, whatever. Your wife doesn't respect you? Rather be dead. I mean that in my heart. I mean that. Rather be dead. Because that a wife's respect for her husband is the basis of a family. If you could distill it to one thing that makes a happy family, happy children, it's a wife's respect for her husband. Period.
Yep.
Lots of elements in the stew, but the stock, the base of it, is a wife's respect for her husband. Now, of course, it's not given, it's earned, but it's the basis of everything. And if a man, you know, weakness is very hard for women to forgive. Real weakness, not physical, you know, moral weakness. Being a worm, man, they know. They're like animals, so they know. And they don't lie to themselves. Like, a woman knows what a woman knows, and you can't dissuade her from it because she can smell it. And she doesn't doubt her own instincts on anything.
I don't know. Sometimes Tucker, you might be off a little bit there, but you know, let's continue.
Intuition
is the realest thing there is.
There is woman's
and
intuition.
The number one
but
thing they don't like, and have every reason not to
a
like,
woman
is
driving. If I'm in the passenger, I let my girlfriend drive. I don't know, bro. Her intuition, I might trust that a bit more.
And who is weak, and
not
she
saying
will not
women
respect
can't drive. I'm just saying I get anxiety when I'm not the one driving, even if it's my mother. Okay. Shit, even if it's my friend, I don't trust a lot of people. I don't think I've ever trusted a friend my whole life if they were driving and I wasn't driving. Anyways,
man.
I
And
digress.
Period. You can't make her. You actually can't really make women do anything.
Who feels the
learn.
same? Put a 1 in the chat.
And which is great. That's what I like about him. But that I was thinking about.
That's what I like about him.
Yeah, you have to really lead if you want a woman to respect you. You know, you have to be better. Actually, no one wants to hear that, but it's just true. You can't make him respect you. You can't beat him into respecting you. Shut up, respect me. You know, no, it doesn't work
His
that
laugh
way.
is too funny.
So that's why the relationship with men and women is so compelling. It's like the movie that never ends. It's like a cliffhanger at every turn. It's like so complex and interesting and rewarding. And it's like it's the main source of joy and fascination in
Shout
life.
out
But
England.
this one person I'm thinking of, I'm not going to name him, but specifically, I literally was like blown away.
Your boys got the munchies.
This
My
guy
bad.
called me a Nazi, and then of course it became a career of calling me a Nazi. And then I was like, oh, at what cost to you? I mean, in 3 months, no one will remember. Why were they calling him a Nazi? He doesn't seem like a Nazi. No one will care. No one ever cares about this stuff over time. We can't remember. You hear people's names, and you're like, weren't you in some kind of sex scandal 10 years ago? No one can remember. But a man who behaves that way, in a dishonorable, degraded way, in front of his wife, who betrays someone for advantage, like, she'll never forget that, ever. And he has to live with that. And I don't have. Of all the sins I've committed, and there are many, I could write books about them, that's just not one of them. Because I'm never going to do that.
That's like your woman seeing you get beat up in front of her. Like that's how it makes her feel. That's what he's saying. All
And,
respect gone.
I'm not being
Alpha
pious or
male down to a beta
self-righteous,
male.
but it's just true. And so I do feel sorry for people who've taken that deal. It is not worth it. And the other thing that you have learned, and that I've learned, if you're ever successful in any way, and all of a sudden, like,
Thank you to Angry Lakewood, man. Have a good day. See you again. Appreciate you for being here, brother. Be safe.
the things that you wanted, you can have. Like, oh, I really want this thing. And then you get the thing, and it's like Christmas morning. The second you open the present, it's like, oh, kind of a letdown. You know, the best part of Christmas morning is before you open the.
I am so in the Christmas spirit. I can't wait for Christmas. I'm serious. Like, I get exactly what it is.
Presents. What's beneath the wrapping? Holy shit! I can't. You know, is it a bike? Like, you don't know.
Thank you to
It's
Matthew for
totally
the
compelling, and the
subscription. I
second you
appreciate
know,
you, brother.
it's a lot like an orgasm. It's like, oh man, I worked hard to get here, but. It's like, it's why the French call it le petit mort, the little death, because it's a letdown, and everything in life is that. Everything material is that, and so you get this thing that you thought you wanted, whether it's the new bike or control over a nation or adulation or vindication or billions of dollars, and then you sit there alone in your living room and you're like, kind of wasn't what I thought it was going to be. That is true. And the one good thing about being successful is you learn that. You know, that's like the first thing you learn. This is what I got.
Lonely at the top.
People kissing my ass or a summer house, or it's like, okay. I mean, it's
All right, Tucker, we're back from the break. Nice shot, by the way. But and we figured out how to run an excavator about
you figured
50%.
I was standing in the back. I'm like, you can't start that without a key. And you did.
But oh man,
I don't know.
Where were we?
It got pretty deep there. Well, I was musing, as is my habit, and you said, "This is so fucking dark. I have to get out of here and shoot a firearm." That's where we were.
The hair on the back of my neck was starting to. I just wanted to. Yeah, I just wanted to reset.
Can I just restate? I feel totally cheerful because once you see things in their full.
Bro, I'm telling you, Tucker got into Sean's head this interview. That's why I wanted to cover the whole interview, but there's certain parts I'm just gonna skip over, whatever. But like, he got into his head. Like there is no doubt about that. He got into his head, and they went out and they shot guns. I'm pretty sure. I don't think they can show it in there, or maybe I skipped it. Did I skip it? Oops. Yeah, I don't think they. Oh wait, made it. I'm just an idiot. I'm sorry. Let's see. Yeah, they mustn't. Sorry. You guys know I smoke, so my bad. That's what happens when you get the media smokes on stream.
All right, Tucker, we're back from the break.
I'm gonna go grab something to eat.
Nice shot, by the way. But and we figured out how to run an excavator about
You figured
50%.
I was standing in the back. I'm like, you can't start that without a key. And you did.
But oh man,
I don't know.
Where were we?
It got pretty deep there. Well, I was musing, as is my habit, and you said, "This is so fucking dark. I have to get out of here and shoot a firearm." That's where we were.
The hair on the back of my neck was starting to. I just wanted to. Yeah, I just wanted to reset.
Can I just restate? I feel totally cheerful because once you see things in their full perspective, it's not scary. It's exactly what we were told. We just didn't believe it, and now that we do believe it, it's great. It's fine, actually.
Yeah, that's. I'm not there.
Munchies on deck. My bad, guys. It's cold in here. I had to turn up the heat. You know what I'm saying? Milk and cookies, holiday spirit, man. I am in a holiday spirit. You guys know that. I'll pick that up later. Right? Much love to everybody in here, man. God bless you guys. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Double tap that screen. Get them likes up. Show some love and support. On the road to 10K subs, but most importantly, we're on the road to 100K subs, man. Try and get that motherfucking plaque. So I hope everybody's having a fantastic Tuesday, man. Happy holidays. It's almost Thanksgiving. What are your plans? Let me know down in the chat. What else is there to say? If you want to get your name on the super chat wall, send a super chat through. YouTube does take a brutal 30%, but you can do the Streamlabs link, and I get the full amount. Get your name written on the wall as many times as you super chat. Much love to everybody. God bless you guys. And most importantly, I love y'all. Become a member. Forgot that. Tier 1, Tier 2. See me now, soldier. See me now, general. Let's go. Get your name written on the banner if you become a member, by the way.
But maybe one day.
Oh, for sure.
Where do we go from here? So
Well, it's always darkest before it's completely black, as you know. Sorry, I'm stealing someone else's line, but I do like that line. I don't know. I mean, clearly just in political terms, we're at the end of something and the beginning of something new. And no one wants change. I don't, but we're not in control. And the current system clearly doesn't match the moment at all. And so it's changing, and it'll change along probably predictable lines, but also in some unpredictable ways. But I'm for democracy. Most people are not. The overwhelming majority of people don't want democracy. They just don't want it. They don't like it. It's tedious and annoying and too imperfect, and they want results. And so we're moving towards something that is not what we had before. And, you know, I'm not in favor of that. I wish we could return to 1985, but we can't. So, but you have to just reduce the amount of lying. Like, lying is bad.
Yeah.
Lying is bad. Yeah. It alienates you from other people. It alienates their leaders from their people they lead. Everything about it is bad. Just no more. Let's just stop lying.
That'd be great. I don't know how the fuck you're going to get anybody to stop lying.
By calling out the liars.
But, well, yeah. You know, we were talking about impact earlier, and, you know, one of the things that I want to chat with you about, I don't know how to bring it up organically, so I'm just fucking bringing it up.
Can't hurt my
This
feelings.
is something that, it's the most important issue to me, and that is sex trafficking, sex exploitation, and all that shit that is going on in this country. And you know, I can't remember if I was telling you about my really good friend Ryan Montgomery, on camera, off camera, whatever. But that, you know, I talked about all the impact that we thought we would have that we didn't fucking do anything on. But that is one that it's like, it seems to be the forbidden topic that everybody's fucking scared to talk about, legitimately scared to talk about, except for a few. And that's, you know, the problem with sex trafficking and sex exploitation in this fucking country. And as far as an impact, I think that is the biggest impact that I've ever made and probably ever will make.
Chill out in the chat, man. Don't do that. Get along, y'all. Love y'all, man. Get along.
Because,
by the way,
you know, what we
Olds,
did with Ryan.
Don't be picking on Cole Olds. You hear me? Stop it. That's enough. Get him, Cole Olds.
And I mean, he made it. You hear about this stuff all the time, right? And
yeah,
it's hard to believe, you know, how prevalent it actually is. And he proved it, you know, on the show. I had him open his laptop and I said, just get in I don't care what it is. I just want to see how long this takes. I'll sit here for 2 days if I have to. 5 seconds. Yep. And I had him screen record it so that we could prove it. And so I just had him, anyways, the impact that was made, I know for a fact, we scared the shit out of a lot of pedophiles. We educated a ton of, I mean, the interview has 10 million views, and then with the clips and everything else, it's hundreds of millions of views. And we educated on parents on how predators are targeting their kids. We educated kids on how predators are targeting them. And so anyways, I think it was a huge win and for kids. And so I brought him back on last week.
Welcome
He's
in,
releasing
John
this
Gotti.
week. But he came on to talk about this satanic cult 764. Have you heard of this?
So
No.
this is crazy. Listen to this. 764 is, just listen to when he explains it. I'm gonna let my dogs out. They're asking me to go out, bro. 764 is wild though. I just can't believe people can be like that, like straight up. Like, and people that are like that, they deserve to, you know, go outside. All right. Whew. All right, let's go, guys.
Holy shit, dude. Like, so this is an online cult, and they hang out in you know, online. They hang out in this. There's a game that all the kids are playing nowadays called Roblox. Sounds like Roblox, but people know what I'm talking about. Roblox and Minecraft. And they're fucking everywhere. They're on it.
God, they just infiltrated. Okay, I'm 26. So when I was playing Minecraft, I don't know if any of you guys are OGs like me in the chat, but Hunger Games was really in like, there always used to be these Minecraft channels with Hunger Games. I have an old channel that I used to play Hunger Games on. Just like all these other channels, I wanted to be famous like that too. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. I've been doing YouTube and stuff like this my whole life, but I didn't get anywhere. But anyways, back in the old days when Minecraft first came out, man, Hunger Games was awesome. It was awesome to play, and it's like how these like now that it's just gotten bigger, these guys have infiltrated it. It's insane to see because, God, I remember playing Hunger Games and ain't nobody trying to get nobody to take no pictures and blackmail. People trying to be the last one to survive. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Xbox, they're on PlayStation, they're on computer games, they're on chat rooms, they're on social media, they're on everything. And what they do is they target primarily young women, teenage women and below, girls.
That's a nice dog.
And they
Let me look at
they
this.
might have them do something for
all white.
sexually exploit them.
I love
for
all
a
white
fucking
dogs.
Louis Vuitton purse or something like that. And then then they have the photos, and then they keep in touch, and they call them back with these groups of people with the photos and say they're going to release this. And they're having these girls carve slut into their arms with razor blades. They've had people, they have gone so far now, and this is spreading like wildfire. They had one
Mind
girl
control.
swallow the razor blades after she carved slut into her flesh.
Mind control, bro, through video games. It's insane.
And they had another girl kill herself. And that's what I want to go after now, is because there's an impact that you can have where you don't have to wait on some political prostitute to introduce a fucking bill into Congress or the Senate, and you're actually going to save somebody's fucking life or save somebody from being sexually exploited or trafficked or, all
I
of the
feel like
above.
that's the most important, like if we should
but-
have a branch of anything, like FBI, whatever, we should have like a freaking whole ass like agency of people who track down these people, just like its whole own thing, just like the FBI or like the CIA or whatever. I feel like it should be number one because like kids are the most important thing in the world.
Man, that stuff's like, it's just so alarming and so disgusting. And are you tracking any of this shit?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's, I would just, yes. And I just had an interview, which hasn't aired yet, but with your friend John Rich about this topic this week. We went pheasant hunting together in South Dakota and did it there, and talked a lot about it
South Dakota's
for 3
beautiful.
days.
Damn it.
I would just say two things. One, I don't think, and what you just told me gives further evidence to what I believe, which is sex trafficking is not primarily about sex. It's about defiling innocence. Sex is hot girl, want to sleep with her. This is not that. This is, and child molestation and all these having a girl carve slut into her arm. What's the benefit to you? Well, there's none. What you're doing is defiling
Spiritual mind
innocence.
control,
It's
bro.
destroying beauty. It's making ugly something pure. It's pissing on an image of God is actually what it is. So it's by its nature demonic. That's what demonic is. So this is a spiritual phenomenon. I think that. I've always thought that. Like, what is that? As someone who likes sex and thinks women are beautiful and everything, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
It's not about that. It's about destroying something innocent. So that makes it the most evil thing that there is. And I couldn't agree with you more. I also think it's way more widespread even than you described. It's called OnlyFans. And I don't know why the guy who runs
man.
OnlyFans is not in prison.
Stop shitting on my state, bro. Okay, stop it. North Dakota is a nice state. It is beautiful outside. Okay? I wish my webcam would go that far. I could show you out the damn door. I'm right next to the sliding glass door. Snow just fell today for the first time. It is gorgeous out here in North Dakota. Okay, bud? Okay, hear me? I love you, bro, but North Dakota's popping, bro. Montana's popping too. But don't be hating on, North Dakota. Feel me? Grand Forks is nice. Fargo's nice. Bismarck's, I haven't been there much. Don't really care about Bismarck. I've been to every place in North Dakota, basically. I've driven through all through North Dakota, but you just call me the North Dakota Crusader.
Right now, because he's a massive contributor to all kinds of different left-wing causes. But, so there's that. But, you know, if you're turning like a huge percentage of America's young women into prostitutes, you're a criminal. And punishing you and stopping that is like top of our priority list, because you can't degrade my country and turn my women into prostitutes. Like, that cannot be allowed. It's not. There's no human right that says you can pimp a nation's women, young women, obviously.
Who's so? Here's an example. Like, it's because everybody I talk to is trying to do something. I can't find somebody that's not. But I just had lunch, very involved with my local sheriff. Fucking love him and what he's trying to do. His name's Jeff Hughes. I was talking to him. We had a meeting yesterday about this with a lot of his deputies and a musician who's trying to bring awareness to this whole thing.
Remember that video I played of I think it was yesterday in the international airport where those two people were bringing those minors through at 3 a.m. in the morning, and that cop was like, "Yep, every day this happens. Welcome to America." Corruption, bro. This what I say that
we were
to say
chatting,
this,
and
'cause that's
you
what
know,
they're about to get into right now.
I was telling him about the 764 call, which is, you know, gaining, it's you know, it's getting a lot of, it's starting to get exposure. But they hadn't heard of it yet, so I'm educating him, and he started getting frustrated, and you know, I was like, why don't you have more resources? And he's like, Sean, I'm trying to get
Jewish,
more
and I don't
fucking
think they're
resources.
the
He
anti-Semites,
said,
so chill out.
we live in the wealthiest county in
I
fucking
don't
Tennessee.
practice Judaism,
One of
but
the
I'm a
wealthiest
Jew.
counties in the country, and my fucking police officers are not even in the 75th percentile of what the fuck they should be making. He said, on top of that, I can't get any of these county commissioners to approve funding so that I can pay my police officers what they deserve, his deputy sheriffs what they deserve, and he can't get any fucking money to build a new sheriff's office, to get the new tech, like that Sky Dio company that I was talking to you about earlier, that we have one right here that patrols our fucking property. He can't get them because he's fucking commissioners. And this is like every county in the country. Why is nobody allocating money to police?
Well, because they're
combat
not at
this
the
shit?
top of the priority list. I mean, if you think about it, like, what's the point of having a civilization? Like,
Who's got the priority list?
Well, it's an employment agency. Look, government at all levels is
I
primarily
don't-
designed
Trump's
to
not my
employ
favorite
people.
president. You're assuming
'Cause
things,
that's what the
so
votes
chill
are.
out.
I mean, I've seen this
Okay?
my whole life.
I'm a chill guy. I've been chill. Why are you coming in here to hate, man? Okay? Trump ain't my favorite president, homie. All right? So chill out, bro. Fool. Okay? You're lucky you got the me that smoke today, okay? Yeah, Lee. Had to let my dogs in. Gosh. Had to let my dogs in. Sometimes I just don't know how to feel. Don't make me crash out, man. $100 dono was my highest dono ever. Help me break that, man. Anyway, let's go. Much love to everybody, man. This interview is great.
And that's why we don't get reform, is because these
I gotta get
agencies and services are existing not for the benefit of the people who pay for them, but for the benefit of the people who are employed by them.
I just want to say this is Williamson County, Tennessee.
Yeah.
And those fucking commissioners are going to get labeled by name on this fucking show if he doesn't get that goddamn
Love
funding.
that. So, well, this is how you
I
change stuff.
fucking hate these people. I fucking hate these people.
Well, that's holy rage. I love that. But, like, what's the point of any of this? It's to keep the Visigoths from raping your wife. It's to keep order. That's it. That's the whole reason that like hunter-gatherers banded together.
Yes, Nick Fuentes for president. I agree. I would vote for him.
So they don't get eaten by the neighboring tribe or the saber-toothed tiger or whatever, right? That's the core function of any government, is to protect its citizens, period. Always. Everywhere, always.
When did it stop? When did it stop?
It just got, I mean, just like things corrupt over time, you know? You see a ship get launched and someone breaks champagne over the bow and it slides into the ocean, and then in 20 years it's got a rusty hull and it's scuttled. I mean, it's just the nature of things. They age and they corrupt. Our bodies are the same way. So I don't think we should be surprised, but you constantly have to scrape the barnacles off and make it work toward its design, its purpose of design. Like, why do we have this? Well, it's to protect us first. To enforce the laws that we agreed on and passed by popular consent. If you can't do that, then you're just not legitimate. Then you're here for some other reason, mostly your own enrichment, and we're going to try to overthrow you. I think that's fair. I mean, what a dereliction of duty. That's why only a private equity wife could support, only someone totally insulated from reality, physical reality, could ever support defunding the police. Making the police better? Sure, of course, always. Defunding them? Then what are we here for? To pay teachers' pensions, their full dental? It's just insane. We've just gotten so far from what, you know, the core purpose of everything is, that people are just at sea. But can I say one thing again? I do think under pressure, a lot of people greatly improve. They get clarity under pressure. It's kind of like when you're on vacation for too long. If you've ever done the pina colada for breakfast thing for a week, you just kind of lose track of like what you're doing, right? But when you've got a job to do and you're getting up with the sun and like, you're on it, there's no question about what do your freak.
This is the second day in a row my cat has just randomly jumped up behind me to come show love. That's nice. Come here, boo. Come here. He's a good boy. No, he's not. Sometimes. He's really purring. That was cool. I love that.
Job.
Yeah.
And that's just the nature of people. If they're not under some kind of stress, then they lose track of their purpose and you wind up not having police. You know what I mean? I think, isn't that right?
Yeah, I just don't understand how this shit can keep getting swept under the rug over and over and over and over.
Because there's a lot of corruption, especially at the local level. I mean, you all think that everyone thinks the corruption's in Congress. Actually, no, it's in the county supervisors, the code enforcement people. Like that's the kind of that's the corruption that affects your life. I lived in a corrupt city most of my life, Washington, D.C., and we just ended up participating in it. And like if we ever needed something from the government, we'd just bribe somebody. And DC was great because there were no pretenses at all. No one would ever lecture you about good government. They were just like, oh, okay. And you just get whatever you want. You know, you could just like live a normal life there if you paid for it. It wasn't even that expensive. You just had to like pay the bribe. But places like this are not like that. Like the corruption is way more subtle and hard to uproot, I think.
Yeah, it's developers.
Well, it's always developers. And can I just say a word about that? Is there anyone who makes your life worse than a developer?
Welcome in, Mima.
For a smaller benefit to a tinier group of people. Like, who actually benefits from more dollar stores? The people who built the dollar stores. That's who benefits. And I don't know why they get to, like, wreck our landscape and destroy our country, build shitty buildings, make everything ugly, desecrate God's creation, and no one says anything about it. And on the Republican Party, which is almost to the point where it's just useless, and I'm going to have to oppose it because I hate them too much, but because they're such betrayers. But anyway, in the Republican Party, it's like, you a socialist?
I'm just independent. I'm a human at this point. Are
you from Mondani? No, not really a socialist. Just, I don't want any more dollar stores. I don't want high density housing in my neighborhood. I don't want any more fucking strip malls that nobody goes to. No more karate studios and vape shops. Like, how about no? Ooh, socialist? You don't believe in the free market because you bribed a Fucking county commissioner to build more garbage? You don't even live here?
Mm-hmm.
In a normal society, we'd like burn your strip mall down. You can't do that here. You can't turn my women into prostitutes. Sorry, OnlyFans. And you can't destroy the
Right?
landscape that I live in.
Dude, he's
no.
so sad.
How about no? That's not crazy, is it?
No, it's not. I mean, no. It's
And
not.
you can't take all my tax dollars and then refuse to do anything about child molestation. Like the whole reason you exist, county commissioners, is to protect my daughters from getting molested. But you won't because, like, why?
What do you think the Republican Party is going to turn into after this?
I don't know. I mean, of course, it's the party. Well, it's the party in power right now. It's an amazing amount of power and amount of money, and there's a lot at stake. I mean, we shouldn't underestimate.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Mima for the $5. Did my cat mess up myself? I am so sorry. There we go. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Can't save the world, but I hope you get fur babies treats. Yes, this little, animal down here eats a ton of treats. S'more love his treats. And this dog right here too. I don't have AI tracking on, but I'm surrounded by animals right now. But he loves treats so much that he jumped off the dang chair because I dropped a piece of chocolate. I'm sure he ate it, so that's cool. Because I got the munchie. I am so sorry. I am a mess right now. This cat knocked my cord out of my headphones. I just fixed it. But anyways, thank you so much. I will get him some treats with that. Even though it seems like he likes to eat my headphones lately. Put this guy down. Get your name right now. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. How's your day going? I hope you're having a fantastic day. Snow just fell here for the first time in North Dakota, so I'm glad I spent the weekend having some bonfires and smoking some hot dogs and marshmallows. And yeah, so there's some green I can see, but snow is falling now, and now we're going to be into the 50 below winter or weather type of winter, so that's great. Just so excited for that. Gotta buy my new pair of coveralls or something. But anyways, sorry for going on a tangent. Much love to you. Hope you're having a good day. It's the holidays. It's almost Thanksgiving. What are your plans? Sorry. By the way, I just smoked, so be quiet when it comes to my articulation. I'm sorry I can't articulate myself that well.
Just how powerful political parties. You can be against political parties, but they run America. So, okay, there's that. So maybe you shouldn't ignore them. Maybe you should engage. I don't want to because I dislike them too much, and I dislike the people. But I'm glad that there are some people fighting for the soul of the party, whatever that means. Well, I know what it means. It means restating out loud why we're here. And we're here to make the country better for the people who live in it. Not for a foreign country, whatever that country is, and not for your donors, but for most people or everybody, kind of.
I just wrote your name down on the wall. You can't see it because I didn't turn on tracking, but I did just write it down. So happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, I just had to do it today. Had to smoke. It's been a good stream. This has been a great interview. Thank you so much, Mima. I just put the $100 thing up there, and the posted message is a joke, by the way. So don't feel obligated like I was trying to make you guys feel obligated to donate that. It was just a joke. And we do the $100 because that was my highest ever super chat. So it was just a goal to whoever wanted to get the next higher one. Anyways, thank you so much. I'll shut the fuck up now.
Try at least a little bit. And that is the argument right now. Does the Republican Party exist to help its voters, every voter actually, every citizen, or does it exist for some other boutique corrupt reason, like serving a foreign government, serving your donors? And I just do think that's the argument. I think that's the argument that Trump started when he ran in 2015. It was not about make America great again, which everyone is for. Who wouldn't be for that? It's about America first, which is the idea behind MAGA. America first. Just put your country first. If you're its leader, you don't have to put America first. You're just a citizen. But if you're running the country, you have a moral obligation to put its citizens before all others. It's not a controversial idea. It's the only idea. But there are an awful lot of Republican leaders. Every Republican voter pretty much agrees with that. But Republican leaders are, and not just elected
Sorry,
leaders,
something fell.
though certainly them, but like the whole
Something fell, my
constellation
bad.
of nonprofits and publications, and we're conservative, and like, okay, you can call yourself whatever you want, but what does that mean? And now we're getting
Thank
to
you,
the
I appreciate
definitional
that,
part of
Mima.
the argument. What are you talking about? Make America great again. How? What are your priorities? Shut up! And they're screaming because they've been exposed as liars.
Probably gonna get off here in
And
about
everybody
15
knows
here.
they're liars. By the way, that's the Fuentes. That's the act.
Probably gonna get off here in about 15, 20 minutes. Appreciate y'all for being here. We'll probably finish this interview tomorrow or something, or a different day. He kind of just rambles, but I felt like, and I still feel like it's a good interview to watch and really listen to and really pay attention to what he says. Like really analyze it. You know, there's some parts where it's like, yeah, he's rambling, but there is points where he is like literally on point. So I feel like it's a good listen.
Actual Fuentes message. I'm not an expert on Fuentes. Okay, I interviewed him. But from what I could tell, he is angry because he feels that the conservative establishment, you know, Ben Shapiro all the way up to some idiot Republican senator, all of them are telling the same lie. We're on your side, but they're not. There's nothing more legitimate than that. That is true. I would know. I've been involved for 40 years. I know every single person. That's true. They're corrupt. They don't care that much or enough or at all about you, and they have an obligation to. So that's the debate underway, and everyone on the other side would love to make it about, why do you hate the Jews? Well, I don't hate the Jews. It's not about the Jews, whatever that is. It's about the country. And so I'm fervently hoping that the America First people win. I fervently am hoping. I think they will.
Amen, Tucker.
Have you ever been around Republican donors?
Amen, Tucker. Let's take a moment of silence for the APAC parties. Never mind. Ha ha, I would never take a moment of silence for that. America first, let's go.
Have I been around Republican donors?
We probably never met a Republican donor.
Oh, I'm sure I have, but I don't know. I mean,
They're not all bad. Some nice people, but in general, if Trump voters knew who was paying for everything, they'd be like, wait, I have nothing in common with you at all. And now I think they're starting to figure that out.
oh, it sure seems like that. I mean, what do you think? You know, the Gen Zers are definitely not responding to the traditional bullshit. I mean, you had mentioned that they're, you know, that Nick Fuentes they are gravitating towards that. Then you got, you know, the other side, Memdani, you know, just won mayor.
Yeah, but like you gotta understand that like the majority, that's like a part of the country, like a small part. Like the majority of the country, like completely, like dude, Fuentes gets so many viewers, it's ridiculous. Same thing with AJ. Like the majority of the country, like Midwest, you know, majority of the country agrees with like the America First.
New York. I mean,
I feel it. Like you can just feel it. Look at like why Dearborn's going on, especially. But that's a can of worms we talked about earlier anyway. But yeah, you get my point.
What in your mind? What do you think?
They're branches
10,
of the same
20 years
tree.
now from now, what does it look like?
I mean, look,
does it look the same?
I feel weird speaking for people 30 years younger than me or more. What do I know? But I have actually made an intensive, longitudinal, good faith effort to find out because I matter. Plus, I've got a ton of kids in that age range. And my impression right now is that, of course, they're enraged. Both sides are enraged by people serving Israel. What? Stop with the Israels. Be quiet. Nobody cares about Israel. Just shut up about Israel. But I don't think it's primarily about Israel. I really don't. I don't think people care that much. I know I don't care at all about Israel. I really think it's about economics. I really do. I think that's what Mamdani and Fuentes have in common. And there are a bunch of people who want to pretend it's about ethnic hate or even about foreign policy. I don't believe that. I don't think the evidence shows that. I think what they're really mad about is the lack of opportunity, economic opportunity that they know they're facing. And then if you look at the debt loads, that's what I look at. Like how much debt does the average 30-year-old have and who does he owe it to? And it's overwhelming. It's like unbelievable. I had 10 grand on a credit card once. I mean, I literally couldn't sleep over it because that was weird. 25 years ago, 10 grand. I just didn't make enough money. I had to get another job. It was fine. But debt is the problem for young people. And what's so infuriating and alienating is that both parties are completely on the side of the lenders and not the debtors. And in fact, it's a symbiotic relationship. There is no borrowing without lending and vice versa. They are engaged in this dance, and ultimately one is basically exploiting the other. That's just a fact. And no one will acknowledge that. So the Democratic Party is like, well, everyone has too much student loan debt. Well, so who's benefiting from student loan? Well, the student loan lenders are benefiting, of course, but so are the colleges. They're being subsidized for like garbage. It's garbage, right? They're getting rich from these student loans. The colleges are, and their administrators, and then so are the lenders. But the Democrats are like, well, so because of this, we're going to get rid of student loan debt, but taxpayers are going to pay for it. Really? So you spend your life trying to pay your kids' college tuition. It gets super expensive because the lenders and the colleges are getting rich, and then you have to pay for other people's college? Like, what? And the Republicans are just like, shut up, pay your debts. It's your fault. Which is partly true. You accrue a lot of debt. You shouldn't have. On the other hand, it's not just you at fault. So here's the analogy that always occurs to me that I never hear anyone use, which is drug addiction. So you got the drug addict, and we disapprove of drug addiction. Of course we do, you fucking drug addict. But ultimately, we don't punish the drug addict as harshly as we punish the person who sells them the drugs, do we? Who's worse, the addict or the dealer? Obviously the dealer. Look at the penalties. Look at the moral outrage. Are we mad at Pablo Escobar or some guy dying of a drug OD in Central Park? It's not even close. Pablo Escobar is the root of the problem. He's the one getting rich from the addict's misery. Well, I have no idea why we don't assume the same posture toward debt. Yeah, the kids.
Yo, he's spitting right now. Yep.
Shouldn't it be, 50 grand in hock to a credit card company, but what about the credit card company? They have no role in this? They sent this kid a credit card offer in college when he's 23. They're letting him buy DoorDash on credit, which is very common now. Buy now, pay later, that's debt. It's disguised, no interest, but there are late fees. It's debt, and it's debt slavery, and they're enslaved by it. But the slave master never gets blamed, only the slave? Tell me how that works. That is totally illegitimate. It's immoral. And it's on us as adults. I mean, I have no debt. That's rule one, no debt. I won't buy, I can't afford it. I'm not buying that. Not because I'm a virtuous person, because I'm so afraid of debt, because I know that it means no freedom. I'm indebted. I'm literally indebted. I'm not free. And no one ever says that. Anyone who says it is like, shut up, socialist. But even the socialists aren't saying it. That's what blows my freaking mind. That's when you know it is a real conspiracy. You talk to the DSA kids. Oh, I'm so radical. I'm DSA. Whites are bad. I'm pro-trans. That's not radical, dude. That's just fucking stupid. You want to challenge power?
Bro, this is why I love Tucker, bro. This is just why I love Tucker. That is so funny.
Why don't you criticize the banks once in a while? What? All they want to talk about is race and gender. Where's the real power? In white supremacy when whites are dying off? It's not in white supremacy, son. It's at Citibank and JP Morgan. You didn't know that? They themselves are tools of actual power, left and right. The right is way off into libertarian economics, just the free market. There isn't a free market in this country, period. Hasn't been in my lifetime, for sure. There definitely isn't now. It's a monopoly economy, obviously. And then the left is way up and all this other garbage meant to divide the population against itself to keep them from challenging actual power. And I'm not for revolution, but we're going to get a revolution if we don't readjust a little bit soon. So I would say, let's hold lenders at least as accountable as we hold debtors, because that's fair and obvious. And in fact, I think lenders are way more culpable than borrowers. And let's take a good look at the interest rates. No society has ever allowed usury at the scale that we do. Oh, shut up. You can't talk about usury. Why? Because you're benefiting from it? Fuck you. I'm not afraid of you. Like, no. What's the top rate for a payday loan in the United States? I'll tell you, it's 600% annually. 600%. That's legal. Yes.
Holy shit.
And why don't we care? Because it's just black people. It's the ghetto, or it's poor people. It's not just black people. Of course, it's literally not. But in your mind, you're like, oh, that's pathetic. A payday loan. Okay, but that's a human being. That's a fellow citizen, and we don't care at all. 600%.
And sometimes people need that money. I mean, there are people out there that need to get that money out early. Or, you know what I mean? Like, it's because of the economy. It's because of people struggling that sometimes that looks enticing to people.
That's a desperate human.
I really love what he's saying right now.
Why is that allowed? Why is it so hard to say, how about no? The same reason you can't make my daughter into a prostitute, OnlyFans, because it's disgusting. And if we can't say it's disgusting, at the very least, before we even say it's illegal, how about it's just bad? Then we've lost the most basic defense mechanism that allows any society to continue. You have to be able to say, no, that's too big a threat to us. No, Satanism is not the same as Christianity. You can't have a Satanist, crash in the state capitol, or whatever they call it, shrine to Satan. We're not doing that because that's self-destruction. That's suicide disguised as freedom. So anyway, we just lost the ability to recognize the true threats to ourselves and our children and our grandchildren and our nation. And one of the greatest threats, you could argue it, but definitely one of the greatest threats is debt. And people are getting rich from debt. I know them personally, and so do you. We call it finance. That's the name of it, finance. What does finance mean? It's loaning money to people at interest. There's a place for that. I don't think that it's inherently evil to loan money to people. I've loaned money to 1 million people personally. I never get it back, but whatever. Anyway, the point is,
that's why when you loan money to people, you don't expect it back, because then that automatically makes there be like a line set between you and your friend, to where it's like, if he doesn't pay you back, you're gonna have animosity, and if he does, like, it's like, okay, well, whatever. But like, you just never.
It's not inherently evil, but the details matter. At what rate? Who are you loaning it to? What are the terms? There has to be some boundary, or else it's just pure exploitation of your fellow human beings, your fellow citizens. And rather than rein it in, we celebrate the people who do it. And we wind up with the entire economy is based on what? Finance and real estate. And neither one is a productive industry. One is loaning money at interest, and the other is just reselling dirt. Okay, that is not going to last. That's not, and then tech. I complain about tech a lot. I'm worried about the implications of emerging technologies. Obviously I've talked about it a lot.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
But the idea of tech, building something new, creating something, of course, that's what we're supposed to do as people, make something new. So that's like inherently more legitimate. Real estate and finance are components of a healthy economy. If you find that they are the economy, you're going to get what you deserve, dude. And nobody is saying that. I don't know why. Well, I do know why, because the real estate and finance lobbies are way more powerful than the normal person lobby, which doesn't exist. But young people, anyway, I'm far afield, but the point is young people are being destroyed economically, and they have no opportunity. They're being disrespected and lectured and given a whole pharmacopoeia of every kind of drug to keep them passive so they don't foment a revolution, so they stay in their little cages, which is sinister. It's lethal. It's homicidal, actually. It kills the spirit at very least. But not just that. They can't own anything. And the idea that you're going to roll out with a straight face a 50-year mortgage, which is literally the opposite of what we need. Who benefits from a 50-year mortgage? Well, the guy collecting 50 years of interest. Who loses in that deal? The guy who doesn't own his house. He's a renter for 50 years.
I don't know, man. I'm probably way off, because everybody I respect thinks that is a fucking horrible idea.
50-year mortgage?
I think it's a good idea.
How?
Because I don't know anybody that has held on to their home for 30 years.
Bro, we are.
And paid it all down. I think that let's this county, for example, real estate prices have gone through the fucking roof. A lot of people can't afford to live here anymore. I think that you can build wealth through real estate. I think you could use the 50-year mortgage to get yourself into a market that's appreciating at a rapid pace, start to build your wealth, sell that, take the equity with you, and build it that way.
There's no question you could do that.
That's just how I think.
So
And so I think it's a good thing that 50-year mortgages are here because it gets the payment down. It gets people to be able to afford a home. Yeah, if they pay it for 50 years, they're going to lose their fucking ass. But if they play their cards right and they actually study, and if they play their cards right, then they can get in, they can gain the equity. They'll gain a lot more equity in certain markets than they will pay in interest, and then they can get the fuck out and roll that into something else that's actually affordable.
There's absolutely no question that people can parlay credit into real money. There's no doubt about that. And I know a million people who've done it, and every real estate investor does that. That's what they do. And they're good at it. I would just say two things.
That was smart what he said, and that's something that you should definitely look into if you don't know about it. And because you can do get a lot of money doing that shit. Welcome in, Freighter. I'm gonna be ending this stream here in a few minutes, guys. I love you. Thank you for being here today.
Things that make me concerned, very concerned about it. One is that's a very sophisticated game. Actually, it is. To take leverage and turn it into actual wealth, like you got to know what you're doing. It's beyond my reach mentally. I'm not smart enough to do that. I'd be afraid to play with that. A. B, I think the value of a home is the ownership of it. Like, that's why it's better than renting, because of the psychological rewards and because it reorients your thinking.
Yeah, this is mine.
Toward permanence. And like, I own a piece of this. Like, owning a piece of dirt is just psychologically a completely different experience than not owning it. It vests you in the country. You have something to
listen to what he is saying. This is absolutely correct. I get off my property.
Defend. This is mine.
Once you can't say that anymore, we're screwed.
It's not much, but I own it. You can't take it away from me, and I will take a stand on its behalf, okay? And I know in my own life, so I didn't actually own a home. I bought a house at like 24, because it was a different world. Bought a super cheap house on credit with a mortgage. And I've owned houses ever since then. So like a long time, over 35 years. But I didn't actually own a house until I was like in my late 40s. And I signed a new deal with Fox. And I was like, I'm going to pay off the mortgage. And I called my smartest friend, who's like, that's so stupid. You know the tax advantages in mortgage interest? And of course I knew that because I had a mortgage my whole life. And I was like, I don't care. So you're going to lose $50,000 a year just by owning it. And I was like, so that means the system is set up to penalize me for not being in debt? I have to pay for the privilege of not being in debt to a bank? Who's writing these laws? The banks. But I did it anyway because I'm a lunatic and I'm like, I don't care. All I care about is the psychological benefit. And the psychological benefit was so much more profound than I ever anticipated to owning the house. Even though I still had steep property taxes, you don't own anything in this country because you always owe somebody something. And if you stop paying them, they take it away from you. So that's not actual ownership, but it was a lot closer to ownership. And oh my gosh, I was just like, that's when I really went crazy when I owned it. I was like, come and take it, bitch.
I'd pay $50,000 just for the peace of mind.
Oh, 100%. And not just the peace of mind, but like the swelling of power. I felt like and it, not even an impressive house really, but I was like, this is my house. I don't pay anybody. Of course I was paying trillions in property taxes to the stupid corrupt DC government. So it was kind of a fake, it was a facade, but it was still real to me. I just felt like getting out of debt was the biggest psychological change that ever happened to me, really. It's like, I'm my own man. I own my house. Maybe I think small, okay? That's why I'm not in business.
Wish I could get out of my debt for real.
But it made a big difference. It was. That's when I started like telling the truth so much they fired me. I paid off my mortgage. It's like, yeah, I have no mortgage. What are you going to do about it? Fire me? Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. All right,
we're probably going to end it on there, guys. Might finish it tomorrow, but there's not really much else to watch, to be honest with you. It's just such a good interview. And, so informational. If you listen to him talking, you just take it for what he says. and analyze it. It's such a masterpiece interview. I think that this is one of the best interviews I've watched ever. So, you know, the way Tucker talks and what he says is just very awesome, and I just really like it, and I feel like it was a good watch. So, yeah, I wish that it was back then where houses were super cheap, freighter. But that sounds like it's a good move, bro, if I'm reading it right. But much love to everybody. Thank you for being here. I am going to go clean my house a little bit and probably, you know, fold clothes and shit. It just snowed for the first day, so I might like go outside and enjoy it for a little bit. But I'm in the middle of making some videos, so watch out for some content. Show some love. We're also going to change the way we live stream. We're just going to live stream regular for a little while, see how it goes, see where we get in the algorithm, and hopefully, you know, pop off on there as well. So I hope you guys have a good day, man. Learn to use other people's money, bro. Oh, I know 100%. You can do a lot off loans, a lot off interest, and trust me, I had a little rabbit hole. You know how you get interested in something, you look through it and like really research it and really want to learn everything about it. Trust me, I had that experience with that stuff too. I'm not as knowledgeable as you, I'm sure, but I know a little bit about it. But soon I will, because we're getting there. I'm telling you. Soon, a lot of shit's gonna be going good, bro. Especially when that child tax credit gets raised. See you tomorrow, Mima. Thank you for and Cole. Thank you guys for the super chats. I appreciate you guys. Much love to everybody. Stay safe. It's the holiday week. I will be back on, and we're definitely gonna kick it. Kids get out early tomorrow, so I don't know how long of a stream we're gonna do, but we're definitely gonna do a stream. But like I said, watch out for the